Welcome to the stream. Happy Thursday. We're gonna play Gnome Ranger again, day 3. We're gonna play it all over from the start to finish. Gnome Ranger. Welcome everybody. Sorry for the jump scare. Welcome to the stream. I can't wait. How's it going? Let me say hello. Hello, Dana. Good to see you. Hello, Olanari the Gaming Cat. Good to see you. Hello, Compson, Krelosh. Excellent artwork in the Discord, Krelosh. That gave me a good laugh when I saw that. Pocket Raptors, welcome. Bilbo, welcome. Hey, Summerbee, welcome. Biffraction, good to see you. Tricados, welcome. Excellent Pyramid. Solid Snack, welcome. Smebble Bear, welcome. Cheese Whiz, welcome. Welcome, everybody. We're gonna play some more Gnome Ranger. We got to. Day 3. Willy the Worm! Oh, welcome. Thank you for the 9-month resub. That's awesome. That's awesome. Thank you. We're gonna play this text adventure again. Day 3 of this game. I like it a lot. Yesterday we finished part 1 and did the entirety of part 2. And then the game crashed. Well, it didn't technically crash. It failed to load the third part of the game. It just stalled infinitely. Checksum error nonsense. And so we had to stop. Today we're going to restart using a different version of the game, playing it a totally different way, using a modern text adventure interpreter specifically designed for level 9 adventure games. We'll be using different disk images, all the whole works. Totally fresh. Which means we gotta replay the whole game. Which honestly isn't too big of a deal. Because it's an adventure game. If you know what to do in an adventure game, you just type it and do it, and that's it. So we'll go back to where we were in probably 20-30 minutes. And we get to play more game. I'm excited. I have not finished Drod yet. That's still on the back burner. The plan is, once we finish Gnome Ranger today, hopefully, then next stream, tomorrow, we'll launch back into Drod. We got God, let me check the details. Let me check the documents. 75 hours into Drod right now. I think I still haven't looked anything up. I think I'm like 2/3 the way through the game. So, plenty more Drod to come. Game rules, though. I can't wait to play it. I kind of want to play it now, but I don't want to leave Gnome Ranger unfinished. Bobro Skyo, welcome. Dog Snot, welcome. If you missed the novella reading, well, the previous broadcast is still there. I'm definitely not going to read it again. We'll wait until we get to the next level 9 adventure game, which will most definitely come with another novella to read. Then we'll have another reading stream. I like the reading streams. Sometimes it's fun just to sit down and read. Believe it or not, the reason why books have not gone out of style. What am I saying? Let's play it. Game. So it'll look a little differently. Things will look a little different. Reload. It's gonna run a lot faster now. The graphics will be slightly different. But we're gonna play some more Gnome Ranger from the start. Let's start the timer. How do I play this game again? What am I doing? Oh, I have to disappear. Goodbye. How do I, where? My sources are a mess. I gotta clean up my OBS. Okay. Here's the map. We got map cam back. So we have to start from the beginning. Which means we're starting here outside the shop. This game's split into 3 parts. You can see a map for part 1, map for part 2. We haven't done anything on part 3 yet. That'll all be fresh content. So part 1. Our goal here is Defeat the witch. To defeat the witch, I didn't like work out a walkthrough or anything ahead of time. I'm just going off memory here. To defeat the witch, we need to recruit the unicorn, which requires recruiting the dog, which requires recruiting the eagle, and we need the leprechaun. So there's just a couple different puzzles we have to solve right away. Interestingly, we start right outside the shop, and whoops. It's insane that we only need one of these items. But let's go get the item we need. Dieter Lavo's welcome. That'd be cool. I wish I had the technical know-how to do something like that. What now? We want to go in. We want to knock the door. And wait. Now go in. Okay, this is awesome. This version of the game has more artwork. So, I mentioned yesterday that one of the reasons I chose the ST version to play in the first place was it supposedly has more artwork. I may have been mistaken, or perhaps the specific version of the ST version that I played didn't have the additional artwork. But we have extra artwork here. Oh, this is exciting. I'm not going to read the text because we already read this before. But here's the shop. We have a bunch of different items available to us. Perhaps you'd like to engage in a little trading. Sure, it will be to our mutual advantage. You may take anything your heart desires from this infinite variety simply by giving me any 2 other items in exchange. Somehow we have to get an envelope from him. Yes. You seem very positive. Oh, trading's rather difficult if you have nothing to trade. Perhaps something could be arranged. Would you care to run a little errand for me instead? Would you deliver this? It contains a private letter to my dear old aunt. So now we take the envelope. Okay, now we can take 1 free item, and the only item we care about. Shovel. So we take shovel. Now we go outside. Let's open the envelope in order to get the score for it. Read the letter. Okay, we're up to 20 points. Perfect. So we have the shovel. There's so much stuff in this that's completely unnecessary. So many items in this part of the game that just don't do anything. The first thing we need to do is recruit the nymph up here. To recruit the nymph, we need to have something to give her. So we must visit the llama to get the flower. Can I just run to the llama? There we go. We're at the llama. Llama, hello. Talk to llama? Llama, how are you? Llama, there's some way to get the llama to give me the flower. He's carrying a fragile flower. I thought he just gave it to you. Maybe we just say hello. I did that already. Llama, can you help me? Llama, give me the flower. Clutched it possessively. I don't remember what I did to cause the llama to give me the flower. I thought we just entered into this room and it goes, oh, peace and love, and gives you the flower. You leave and re-enter, nothing happens. Llama, tell me about the flower. Can I have the flower? Oh, mysterious. Alright, let's go outside. Let's bash some baby birds instead. Find eagle. You can see the eagle. Look eagle. So the eagle's just kind of flying around the field here. You can just type find eagle to go to wherever it is. This runs so much faster. I'm not used to this. If you stay on the same tile as the eagle for a couple turns, it snatches you. Oh, look at the birds! And it drops you in the eagle's nest. The eagles can nest. See some chicks of the eagle. So we want to bash eagles with shovel. Hit chicks with shovel. The mother eagle was delighted. Alright, thank goodness. Dropped a small silver bell into Ingrid's hands. The mother eagle is delighted that we bashed her chicks with a shovel. That's this game. Gnome Ranger. Alright, let's go get the bridle now. Run to rock. Drop all. Lift rock. Take bridle. Take all. Okay. So we've collected the bell, which we can ring to get the eagle. Ivory colored envelope. Pointed shovel. And the bridle. I don't know how to get the... Oh, okay. Maybe it's random. The llama said love and peace, woman, and offered Ingrid a flower. Or maybe the llama said that when I first entered the screen and I missed it because the text was going so quick. So now we have the flower. I think at this point we have pretty much everything we need. Already? I kind of want to just explore the map to see any new artwork. Let's go get the nymph. Okay. So there's a forest up here. We're on this top right tile of the forest. When you enter, something, she caught a glimpse of something out of the corner of her eye. We just wait here. Wait again. Shy little nymph appears, creeping hesitantly through parted branches in case Ingrid had something pretty for her. Give flower to nymph. Gave the fragile flower to the nymph. Nymph seemed delighted by the flower, held it softly, breathed in its delicate scent, but still seemed nervous and in need of calming down. So now we can talk. Nymph. Or we have to just say something to her. The nymph was soothed by Ingrid's soft tone and began to relax. There's an evil witch who's cutting down trees. The nymph is waiting for Mr. Right to pass her way. Alright, and now the nymph will follow us. So we can give bridle to nymph. And let's go get the leprechaun. Swarm of dogs. We'll deal with them soon enough. So to get the leprechaun on our team, we have to visit the tile with the rainbow in it. This puzzle, man, I don't like this puzzle. This puzzle doesn't make any sense. It kind of makes sense, but not like game sense. It makes video game sense, if that makes any sense. It doesn't make any sense to me. On this tile, we can see a rainbow extending to the waterfall. We're looking for a leprechaun, and so we have to find the pot of gold at the end of the rainbow. But the rainbow disappears if we visit the tile which it ends on, so we have to instead send someone over there to dig it up for us. Because it doesn't disappear if they go to the end of the rainbow, only if us, the main player character, visits the end of the rainbow. It doesn't make any sense. Give shovel to nymph. Wait. I did not tell the nymph to follow me. Okay. Nymph, follow me. Run to rainbow. Oh, I got stuck in the mist. Follow nymph. Okay, I'm out of the mist. So there's one tile in the middle of the marsh that has a mist surrounding it. If you enter this tile, you cannot escape it. It's a trap tile. Unless an NPC enters it, NPCs can freely walk off this tile. And so you have to type follow NPC as they leave this tile so you can have somebody to follow out. It's pretty clever. Unfortunately, the two items in this tile don't do anything. We're just gonna leave them there. Okay, we're back down here. Give shovel to nymph. Nymph, go east and dig. Unearthed a crock of gold. Can I save? Oh, look at that, I can save. Oh, Trost, welcome. Teflo, welcome. We'll finally escape from the ranger today. No, you don't get points for collecting items in this. You get points for solving specific puzzles. In this part of the game, you get points for recruiting followers and opening the envelope that the centaur gives you and defeating the witch. The random items that are scattered about don't do anything whatsoever. Except for one of them, the bridle. It's a very strange design choice. So now we need to go east. We have found the leprechaun because we dug up his crock of gold. He's moaning, wailing. Now my gold's been found, I'll lose all my powers. If you return that there gold to me, I'll help you defeat the witch. Okay, give gold to leprechaun. Okay, we have to take the gold. Give gold to leprechaun. Alright, we've recruited the leprechaun, we got 20 more points, 40 more points. And he tells us if we snap our fingers, he'll be there to help us in 2 shakes of a shamrock leaf. Leprechaun also says he's the only one who can touch the witch's wand without turning to stone. So now we need to do the dogs and unicorn, so we can just run to the gate. Ring the bell. Wait for the eagle. There's the eagle. Eagle. So here, we're outside the evil witch's cottage. You can see in the picture there's a dog in its kennel over there. Normally you're supposed to save outside here, go inside, scout things out, see what's in here, because once you enter the witch's cottage, go through the gate, you're trapped inside. Another weird adventure game puzzle, which makes sense in the context of like the game, but not like in universe. You have to save, explore and see what items are in here, and then reload your game and interact with those items from outside the gate. Which, Ingrid's apparently a time traveler to do that. But the dog kennel is locked by a little wooden pin on a latch, so we can tell the eagle to fly over the gate and release the dog. So eagle, go north and take pin and find me and give me the pin. So wait, the eagle came. That did not work. Eagle. Go north and I thought it's called the pin. Well, let's time travel. Save. Go north. You can see a dog kennel, a dirty window, and a gate. Look kennel. Oh, it's a peg, not a pin. Okay, so we have to take the peg, not the pin. Okay, so let's time travel back, restore, yes. Oh, the copy protection's not cracked. I assumed it would be. Page 24, line 3, word 6. Last. Hail Santa X, welcome. Fell Sorcerer, welcome. It is weird design, yeah. At the same time, though, I guess I can kind of understand it. If you're in the business of writing text adventures and designing text adventure puzzles, this is like level 9's, I don't know, 10th game? 12th game? So by that point, I suppose it makes sense that they would try and get more experimental with puzzle design, try and do puzzles that kind of test or play with the trappings of text adventure parsers and that sort of design rather than like in-universe logic. I don't know. It's fun. I think it's cool. You gotta think outside the box to solve some of the puzzles. Like, with the way part 1's structured specifically, there's very little signposting or direction or any hint or clues as to what to do, and a whole lot of inconsequential pieces and items. So a lot of this part of the game is just simply trying to pick at things and see what you can even do. It's very strange. It's very strange. Okay, so we need to get the peg. Is the eagle here with us? No, ring the bell. The eagle's here. The eagle left. Ring the bell. Wait for the eagle. Where's the eagle? Ring the bell. Find eagle. Eagle, follow me. Okay, run to gate. Wait for the eagle. Wait for the eagle. Ring the bell. The eagle's here. Also, they were enamored with level 9. The developers were really in love with their chaos system, as they called it, KAOS. I'm not sure what the acronym stands for, which basically means the NPCs in the game kind of act on their own, and a lot of puzzles revolve around working with the NPCs, issuing commands to them, and then working alongside them. And it's not very seamless or smooth. A lot of times they just kind of do their own thing. Which is great. It's great. Okay, eagle. Go north and take peg and find me and give and I don't need the peg and drop peg. Wait. Alright. So we open the peg that kept the dog's kennel closed. The dog scuttles out from the kennel. It stopped, blinked furiously, ran around in tiny circles, yapping joyfully. So the dog was being held against its will, basically. The witch captured the dog and used it as a guard dog. Now we need dog, follow me. Look. Somehow we have to reunite this dog with a swarm of dogs, but the dog's not like a character. Find swarm. Okay, we found him. I really like, though, how you can just do that. Like, they program in tools to work with the game's systems. You don't have to know where individual characters are because they're constantly roaming around the map. You just type find person. If you know that that person exists, you just find them, and it does it for you. If you know that specific items exist, you just type go to item, and you just go there. If you know that locations exist, you just type go to location. It's very nice. Dogs is very grateful for rescuing their kidnapped comrade from the witch. In return, the group insists upon helping Ingrid in her fight against their common foe. One of the dogs hands her a small metal whistle to blow. Take the whistle. So this is probably the most impossible nonsense puzzle in the game right here. So far. Yeah, this version doesn't have it either. I was hoping it would. I think I see what they were going for. It's just not good. At this point, we need to recruit a unicorn. We need a unicorn on our party to bash open the witch's back door so we can sneak into her hut and destroy her wand. Only the unicorn is strong enough to break open the back door of the witch's hut. The reason why I say this isn't good is because nowhere in the game are you told that there is a unicorn. So, when I got to this point yesterday, I just didn't know what to do. Okay, we're missing something. What is it? I don't know. I think run to brambles. I think the idea is you're supposed to just kind of guess and work it out. On this tile here, there's some prickly brambles. If you look at the brambles, there's some lank hair, which you can take. If I drop the envelope here and run to Cap, the centaur, we can give the hair to Cap. And he says, Thundering Hooves, genuine. The next word was too muffled for Ingrid here properly. Thank you, Flower. So here we can see that this hair came from a species. I think you're supposed to try and work out that the hair that you find on these brambles is unicorn hair. I guess? I don't know, man. Oh, that's a good idea. Can you? Blow whistle. Show hair to dogs. Dogs smell this hair. Ingrid's nose sniffed vigorously, but she could smell nothing. You might be able to? I don't know. I don't think this is very good. I think you're just kind of supposed to guess that there's a unicorn. And I think that's terrible. But anyway. Dogs find unicorn. Only the dogs can find the unicorn because they have better smell than the gnomes. Now we follow dogs. The unicorn and the nymph. So if the nymph is with you and the nymph has the bridle in its possession, and you're following the dogs and the dogs are following the unicorn, there's a lot of dependencies there, then when you finally meet up with the unicorn, this little sequence happens. The unicorn and the nymph saw each other and were transfixed, their eyes locked. They froze so still that only soft ripplings of her gown and his mane showed that they were not porcelain figurines. The very air seemed to fill with ethereal music, the trilling of 1,000 larks, all singing, "Love, love." Then, with floating grace, she ran to him and threw her tender arms around his neck, slipped the bridle gently into place, and vaulted lightly onto his back. The unicorn whinnied in delight and turned to nuzzle her softly. Before the lovers rode away, they turned in thanks to Ingrid. The unicorn gave her a set of pipes. "Play these," he said, "if you need my help to defeat the witch." So, yep. Okay. Let's go defeat the witch. Do a save here. just in case. We can go north into the garden. The witch is peering out at us through the window, which is fine. We just go northeast and northwest to the back of the house. Oh, possible to find footprints. Okay. Yeah, there's likely another clue somewhere here. Or a nudge somewhere that I just haven't found or overlooked. Or perhaps like a dialogue answer from one of the characters. I'd like to believe that there's something other than just blindly guessing that there's a unicorn. But I never found it. Thankfully, that's why this game has hints. Okay, so we're in the back door. So we need the unicorn to bash the door down. So we play the pipes to summon the unicorn. Unicorn, break door. So now we can go in. We can go south. Whoa! This cool new graphic. Look at that. I could die here. Things could go poorly, so I'm going to save just to play it safe. We need to snap fingers to summon the leprechaun. If I go south, I die. Mm-hmm. So we have to somehow summon the witch onto our square with us. Oh, dude, copy protection. Page 23, line 8, word 5. This. Alright, we're back. Snap fingers. Leprechaun's here. Blow whistle. Okay, the dogs are here, the unicorn's here. Dogs go south. Unicorn, go south. There's a way to, like, bring the witch up to me. Last time when I did this, the witch just eventually came onto my tile. Leprechaun. Maybe I can just do find witch and break wand. Oh, leprechaun died. I lose. Okay, try again. There might, like I said, there might be another piece to this puzzle which makes it more consistent, or it might just be completely random. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tipped. Snap fingers. Leprechaun. Follow me so the leprechaun doesn't wander off. Dogs find witch. The leprechaun just ran away from me. Unicorn find witch. The leprechaun ran away from me, even though I told it to follow me. And now the witch is here with me. So I think things didn't line up and now I've lost. Because the leprechaun's not in the same room. Okay, leprechaun. Follow me. Oh, he's gone. Snap fingers. Go south. Wait. 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 Leprechaun. Break wand. Leprechaun. What? Leprechaun. Follow me. South. The witch isn't here, so now we wait. Leprechaun's gone. Okay, he's back. Wait for the witch. Leprechaun went north. What's going on? Leprechaun. Go south and wait. 10 turns. Go south. Okay, which is here? Leprechaun, break wand. Leprechaun's not here. This game rules. It doesn't. What? Snap fingers. He keeps disappearing. Okay. Leprechaun. Go south and wait 10 turns. Leprechaun went south. We go south. Leprechaun is here. Now we're waiting for the witch to show up. The witch is here. Okay. Leprechaun. Break wand. Okay. Simple as that. We did it. Good. Oh my goodness. This game's awesome. See, that thing, I don't even find that frustrating. I think it's just amusing. I can see why you could get very annoyed when dealing with this and things not working out and people not listening to you or obeying the commands you issue. I think it's just hilarious. It's so chaotic and wild. Alright, we get a bunch of lore. Perfect score. Let's move on to part 2. Page 4, line 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Word 2, quit. Part 2. So this game is split into 3 discrete parts. Level 9 did this with a lot of their games, my understanding. And I think it was so that they could make the games fit. Whoa, whoops, didn't mean to do that. I think they did it primarily so that their games could fit onto like 3 different cassette tapes, so they could release these games on lower spec hardware, like Amstrad or the ZX Spectrum, the CPC, and so on. So here we're in part 2, which is totally different from part 1. Now we're trying to brew a cup of tea for this old man. It's a different map, different items, different puzzles, different theme. Same old Ingrid, though. Oh yeah, I forgot. In this version of the game, we could look at me. And there's Ingrid. Ingrid was everything a gnome maid should be. Small but beautifully made. Bright-eyed and bushy-haired. And she was more than just a pretty face. Ingrid was just the sort of person to have around when you wanted things doing. As long as you didn't mind how they were done. If you didn't want things doing, she was just the sort of person to avoid. You get this beautiful picture. This wasn't in the ST version I played. Okay. So the start of part 2. We're here in a garden. I gotta get my notes up here. In part 2 I liked a lot more than part 1. In part 2, we're walking down this road and we see an old man who gestures us over to his garden. And he asks if we want a cup of tea. We say yes, being polite and British. So he tells us to go pluck a tea leaf from his tea bush and he'll brew it up for us. So we look at tea bush, take tea leaf. When we pluck the tea leaf, the entire tea bush shivers and shakes, then wilts away. And the plant dies. The alchemist, for that's what the old man was, tottered angrily up the garden path, waving his walking stick. Look at it! You killed my tea bush! How could you? Now how am I going to get my cup of tea? And that's the motivation for this part. So we have to revive his stupid tea bush before she can get on her way. Now again, similar to part 1, there's a lot of extraneous elements here, a lot of unnecessary puzzles, which is very strange to me. But the main thing we do in this version, or in this part, is cast spells using the alchemist's cauldron, and the spells take 4 ingredients each. We're in the garden, so we can go southeast, then west. Cauldron graphics. We want to take all in this room, go west. In the old man's library, he's got some books here. You can read the books, and it explains the details, excuse me, of how you craft potions. It also kind of cryptically gives you a list of spell recipes. So for example here, an ode to herb tea, O pungent tea, so smooth and brown, thee lifteth me up when I feel down. I, when I smell the leaf and things a brewing, then my heart takes wings. If you're familiar with the spell crafting mechanism, you know that there are 4 parts to every spell. We're looking for a plant part, the leaf. We're looking for plant appearance, just smooth. Plant smell, pungent. Plant tint, brown. So this recipe takes something leafy, something smooth, something pungent, and something brown. If we can craft this spell, Ode to Herb Tea, then we'll create a magical herb tea, and the adventure's won. We move on to part 3. This is our entire goal, to cast this spell. We do have to do some puzzles, though, to collect the correct ingredients to do this. There's also a couple more spells. Again, some of these books just tell you more about how to cast spells. This one here. I didn't realize this was a spell until I looked up the hints. There's nothing like the liberal application of weed killer to make a garden easy to manage. I give my plot a good all-over spray 3 times a year, or more often if I see any sign of growth. The best is flowers. It's right hairy stuff, pungent and bright red in color. Flowers weed killer. So hairy is the appearance, pungent is the smell, bright red's the color, and because the name of the weed killer is flowers, then flower is the part of the plant that we need to use, so there's 4 ingredients for a spell. Now, thinking about it, I don't think we need to cast this spell. In fact, I don't think we need to cast... I think we need to cast 1 spell precisely, and that's it to solve this part of the game. I want to look at the graphics though, so maybe we do this just to explore the new areas. Because if we go to the garden, this tile here, you'll notice there are a whole bunch of items here. A compost heap, a thistle clump, long straggly rowan sapling, elder bush, mint clump, gnarled trees, withered tea bush. The thistle clump, the rowan sapling, the elder bush, and the mint clump, that's 4 plants which are used as ingredients for spells. I just take all. No, so we have to look at the thistle clump. Tells us there's a flower. Take thistle flower. You can look at the thistle flower. So you do have to like investigate all of your items to figure out the different parts. The thistle flower is brown. It's prickly. It's sweet smelling. And it's a flower. We look at rowan sapling. Okay, we can take the berry. Look at elderbush. Take elderberry. mint clump, take mint leaf. Okay, so now we have a pungent smelling mint leaf, blah blah blah. We need to solve like one puzzle. So we need to cast a spell to summon a green slave. There's a couple things I want to do first. We have a tiny seed and a stripy bulb. We need to plant these. So let's drop the compost, plant the tiny seed. Green slave grew vigorously. I don't know what a green slave is. I think it's just a it's a plant slave that you use to command around. But it's a small green person. Yeah, there you go. It's just a plant right now. We have to cast a spell to bring it to life. Let's head to the cauldron. The green slave spell is berry, prickly, sweet, green. So we put 4 ingredients into the cauldron in the order first a berry, then something prickly, then something sweet, then something green. So we want to use, I'm just checking my notes here to make sure I do this right. Because like we have 2 different berries, we have 1 leaf, we have 2 different sweet things, 2 different green things. Got to make sure you do the right order. I think it's elderberry, then thistle flower, then rowanberry, then mint leaf. Okay, yeah. We put elderberry in pot. Put thistle flower in pot. Put rowanberry in pot. Put mint leaf in pot. Okay, we did it successfully. We magically produced an animate potion. So go, whoops, go back out here to the green slave. You can't use. We put animate potion on green slave. And he wakes up. Green slave, follow me. Let's pick the plants again that we used. So replenish our stock of ingredients. Take thistle flower, rowanberry, elderberry, mint leaf. Also on this tile, there's a tree house. If we climb tree house, if we climb up, then we learn that the tree house is alive. For some reason, because it's a silly game, and we can talk to the treehouse. It talks back. We can tell it to follow me. All right, so now we have 2 followers. We have the green slave and the treehouse. Oh, gee, welcome, Duckenmeyer, welcome. The treehouse is a living treehouse. Well, I guess it's a living tree with a house built into it. The treehouse can follow us around, but only if there's dirt. Or grass? Basically, there's a road going north across the middle of the map. The treehouse cannot cross this tile, or this row of tiles, this column rather, unless I take the compost heap and plant it or drop it on one of these tiles. Then the treehouse can cross over it. So we need to get this stinky death plant. So I need to bring the treehouse with me. So let's go east, drop the compost. I don't have the compost. Go west, take the compost. Go east, drop the compost. Now the treehouse can follow us. Whoa, there's the hedge. Hedge graphics. Let's save here, because I could die very easily. Okay, I died. I just wanted to see if there's new graphics here. There is. So on this tile, you can see there's a cliff with a flower growing up at the top of it. The flower is so smelly and so pungent that you die if you take a whiff of it. And you get this nice little poem. Oh, listen now and heed my warning. Those who pick flowers of a morning. The pretty ones might look quite spiffing, but they are not so good for sniffing. Ingrid found a little beauty. Said, let's have a smell, you cutie. She sniffed the smell, went to her head. Poor old Ingrid, now she's dead. See, this is why I like the game, because these little touches. I like how they add death poems to this part. It's very silly. It's very good. This game has a nice sense of humor to it. It doesn't take itself seriously whatsoever, as evidenced by the fact that we smashed baby chicks with a shovel. Just please the mother. I still can't get over that. Line 4, word 3. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3. Th. Prostitution. Yeah, basically. Oh, disgusting. Basically. So, the plant kills us if we're on the same screen as it. However, we need the flower from this plant. So there's a whole contrivance we have to set up here. The plant is on top of a cliff, so you can't just reach it from the ground, which is why we had to bring the tree house with us. The plant retracts its flower if we get onto the same screen as it, preventing us from grabbing it. We can briefly stay on the same screen as the plant if we type hold breath, which as far as text parser puzzles go, I happen to find this pretty quickly, but I could see this being something you just wouldn't think to try. Because breath? Is that an object? What are we referring to? It plays with the conventions of text adventures. You gotta think outside the box. We can hold our breath for a couple turns, which allows us to go onto the same tile as the flower. But she can only hold her breath for 2 turns, so I can't do anything on this screen, otherwise I run out of breath and die. I need to breathe and breathe the poison air, so let's run away. A Western style guy. Amos, welcome. How's it going? Doing some text adventuring here today. I'm replaying parts of the game I've already solved because the game crashed on me. Oh, it didn't crash. It broke yesterday. So this is all stuff I already know how to do. We'll get to new stuff pretty soon. To get the plant from the cliff, we have to... How did I do this? We need to send a green slave up the tree house. Have the green slave wait. Tell the tree house to walk north to the plant. And then the green slave who's riding the tree house to the north picks the flower for us. But we still can't be on the same tile as it. So then we need to have it go west and drop it. And then we'll have moved the flower from the top of the cliff down to the plains to make it much more accessible, and then from there we can kind of juggle it where we need to put it. So green slave, oh, what was the command? Go up? It got into the treehouse, okay. So we tell the treehouse to wait 1 turn, and I'll use that 1 turn to tell the green slave what to do. Wait 1 turn, travel north, and that's all he has to do. Wait 1 and go north. Now we tell the green slave to wait 1, because we want him to wait until he's ridden the treehouse north, which will take 1 turn. Wait 1 and take flower and go west and drop flower. Okay, the treehouse went north. And I died. Okay, so I coordinated that incorrectly. I don't think I wanted the treehouse to wait up here. So what happened is the treehouse went north, and then the green slave waited. And then the green slave picked the flower, and the treehouse's commands were done. So it reverts back to trying to follow me around. So it went back south to my room, bringing the green slave holding the flower with it, which killed me. Let's try that again. Do it a little better this time. Copy protection. Goodness gracious. I have like 20 windows up. I'm trying to juggle, jump between. It's very confusing. I need like 5 more monitors. Page 42, line 1, word 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Tipped. Oh, 0, welcome. The Wrath. I want to play that game. Maybe soon. I don't know. I want to play Wrath of Denethnor. I just don't know when. There's so many games I want to play. Just so many games. Okay. Green slave, go up. It's in the treehouse. Treehouse, go north and wait 5 turns. Wait first. You need to wait 1 turn, then go north and wait 5 turns. Green slave. Wait 1 and take flower and go west and drop flower. Okay, the green slave came back. Treehouse is back. Let's do a save here. So that should have just moved the flower from the top of the cliff on this tile to the floor of this tile. So I should be safe to go north now. Yep. However, I still can't be on the same room as the death flower. We're going to have to use this flower as an ingredient in our concoctions. I think the easiest way to do it is to move it back to this tile so it's close to the cauldron. So we still have to move it. Okay, let's go south, go west. So I'm standing here, the flower's there. Green slave, go north and take flower and go southwest, south, 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 southwest, south, 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 and drop flower. Wait so we don't accidentally cross its path. Green slave's back. Flowers should be placed here. We're good to go. What now? Just for the fun of it, I'm gonna solve, excuse me, I want to solve all the puzzles, even though, as far as I can tell, 2 of them are completely unnecessary. I still want to do them. Okay, I need to plant this stripy bulb. I think it needs to be planted in the compost. Run to compost. Plant bulb. No, we have to go to the garden. Plant bulb. And it grows into tella-lilies. A white and blue tella-lilies. So we can take white tella-lily, Take blue Tella Lily. And these are unique plants. I didn't really pick up on their teleportation properties when I was playing this yesterday. Despite having to use them multiple times. Where's the compost go? East. Okay, the compost is on this tile. So there's a cave at the north end of the map that has a plant inside it. We need to take that plant and not use it because it's worthless, but I want to see what it looks like. So we go west, tell the tree house to wait 3 turns, go east, take the compost. We don't want the tree house to follow us because if it's on the compost, we can't take the compost. Whoa! Cave! Okay, the yawning cave mouth. We can drop the compost here. This way the tree can access this tile. So let's go get the tree. Tree house, follow me. Go north, go north, go northeast. Alright. Now this is described as a yawning cave mouth. Spoiler alert, this is not a cave. This is in fact a gigantic plant that eats us if we try to enter it. So in order to survive that, we have to tell the treehouse. First save. Treehouse. Hold mouth. Yeah, and it holds the mouth open so we can go in. I was hoping there'd be unique graphics inside. There's not. And deep in the cave, there's a stinkwort plant. Foul-smelling stinkwort plant. No, Icy Vanova, welcome. Technically, it's still before noon here. Yeah, it's a beautiful plant that looks like a rock. It's a giant Venus flytrap ready to snatch whoever walks inside it. There's a remarkably revolting little plant consisting of a short stem and a few insipid shoots, wrinkled and of particularly sickly green, but then living where it did at the back of that cave, it was surprising it managed to grow at all. Growing from it's a smelly stinkwort shoot. So, if we pick this shoot, then the cave eats us instantly and kills us. You do have to go in here to learn of its existence. In order to retrieve it, we go back outside the cave and use the Tella lilies. Looking deeper into its little horn, Ingrid could see a tiny patch of white. By some trick of the light, that white patch seemed to be some long distance away, yet the flower would fit comfortably in Ingrid's hand. So you can put objects into the blue Tella lily and they emerge from the white one, is how it works. So we give the blue Tella lily to the green slave. And we tell the treehouse, hold cave and wait 5 turns. We tell the green slave to find stinkwort and put shoot in Tella lily. Now we just wait, we'll wait, and he failed. Okay, green slave. Put stinkwort shoot in Tella lily. We went west. There we go. Smelly stinkwort shoot appeared from the white Tella lily. The cave closed convulsively, with that irresistible strength found only in rampant vegetables, overcoming all efforts to hold it open. The cave opened its mouth. With a grimace of distaste, spat out the green slave. So the green slave went in there, grabbed the shoot, put it into the Tella lily, teleported it out of the cave, and then the cave munched down on it, didn't like the taste, and spat him out. So we got this item that we're never going to use. So let's now... We're done with the tree. No, we're not done with the tree. We need to bring the tree... Okay, I'm on this tile. We need to bring the tree to this tile. So southwest. Where am I? Oh, I'm all the way down here. Okay. Go west, go southwest. The tree house is on the tile with the hedge. We need to get past this hedge now to go beyond to the hill. Tree house. It doesn't matter. I don't need to tell it anything. We just cross the road. The tree house can't follow. We need to cast a spell of Weed Killer. So the Weed Killer spell, we need to put into the cauldron 4 ingredients. First a flower, then something hairy, then something pungent, then something bright red. Flower, hairy, pungent, bright red. So that's the thistle flower, the elderberry, the mint leaf, and the rowan berry, in that order. Thistle flower in pot. I could beat the game right now, by the way, or beat this part. I don't have to do this. It's totally unnecessary. Thistle flower, put elderberry in the pot. Put mint leaf in pot. Put rowan berry in pot. Foul-smelling weed killer potion. Perfect. Now we can't just use the weed killer on the hedge. No, no, no. That'd be too obvious, too straightforward, too easy. Save. Instead, we put the weed killer on Ingrid, on ourselves, to clear up our complexion, and now we can just walk past the hedge and it doesn't try to stop us. Otherwise it just blocks us from heading east. But if we're wearing the weed killer, then it doesn't. Oh, I'll get cool new wall graphics. This part's pretty funny. There's a wall blocking the way to the south, as well as the way up this hill. And there's a beanstalk at the base of the wall. This wants water. So we need to get the Tella Lily back from the Green Slave. Head east to a little pool. I guess that's a pool. Somewhere in there. Put blue Tella Lily in water. In the pond. So now with the blue end in the pond, the white end is just gushing out water. So we go west. And drop the white Tella Lily. And now it's just going to constantly pump water from the pool into the beanstalk, so we can just sit here and wait for a few turns. The beanstalk does not grow up and over the wall as you'd expect. Instead, okay, I already read all this text verbatim yesterday, so I'm not rereading all of it, just kind of summarizing. Instead, it expands and explodes, and the wall disintegrates, as well as the beanstalk. So grab the Tella Lilies again. Now I can climb up the hill. And there's a soft green fern frond up here, another beautiful plant. The weed killer changing its portrait. I doubt it, but maybe. No. She's still just as beautiful as ever. Look at the fern frond. There's a furled fern shoot growing out of the fern frond. There's also a heavy rock up at the top of the hill, which we need to push down the hill, because I think by this point the weed killer has worn off, so we can't actually leave this area. But there's a rock here. So we recruit our helpers to treehouse, wait 2, and push rock. Green slave, wait 1, push rock. We coordinate it so all 3 of us push the rock on the same turn. Gives us enough strength to push this rock down the hill, smashing through the hedge. And now we can escape. Go northwest, go west, go north, go down, go west, west. Okay. Go south. I love this little house graphic. Now we can... I didn't write down the spell. Now we have to cast 2 more spells to finish the game, or to finish this part of the game. Let's go look up the recipe. Read book. This is the Animate Green Slave spell. We already cast that. The Alchemist's Almanac. Okay, this is how to cast spells. Gnomish Notes for Gourmets. This is written in Old Gnomish. Here we go. Why didn't I write this one down? Oh, I did write this down. Whoops. Liquid fertilizer. If you're troubled by sickly plants, the answer lies in the soil. You've got to give them a good dose of liquid fertilizer. Follow the detailed instructions on page 73 using a leaf and making sure the mixture is smooth and yellow and smells a bit sour. So there we have. It took me a while to realize that this was actually a spell recipe, but all recipes have 4 parts: leaf, smooth, yellow, sour. So we can cast this spell to get some liquid fertilizer, which will revive the dead tea bush, allowing us to pick a tea leaf again and cast the tea spell. So we need a leaf, a smooth, a sour, and a yellow. Okay. Let's go pick my flowers again. Take thistle flower, take rowan berry, take elderberry, take mint leaf. Go back in here. Leaf, smooth, sour, yellow. Mint leaf, rowan berry, then elderberry. Put mint leaf in pot. Put rowan berry in pot. Put elderberry in pot. And the only yellow object we have is the flower that kills us, the flower of death. So in order to transport it into the cauldron, we can't just tell the green slave to do it, because the green slave refuses to enter into the kitchen. We have to set up a mechanism here. So save. We use the Tella Lilies. Give blue Tella Lily to green slave. Death flower is right there next to us. So we tell the green slave to wait 1 turn and find, was it, I think it's just put flower in Tella Lily. I think that was the command. I don't think that worked. No. Okay. Green slave. Wait 1 and go east and put flower in Tella Lily. So the game gets confused frequently. Or maybe just my input isn't clear enough. But it did not take this command, because it parsed this and interpreted the phrase put flower in Tella Lily as a command I wanted to issue to Ingrid. And so rather than parse this as a statement of commands to give to the green slave, it instead ignored that, and Ingrid put the thistle flower, which I was currently holding, into the blue Tella Lily, ignoring everything else I typed. This game can be tricky about things like that. So hopefully this works. Okay, the green slave says of course. So now we can go west. So now we're in the kitchen. 1 turn has passed. So the green slave is done waiting. And so now we have to hold our breath. We only have 2 turns in which we can act after holding our breath before we breathe again. Just conveniently, the air flower, the death flower, appears through the Tella Lily, and put air flower in pot. And the pot boils and bubbles noisily, magically produced a fertilizer potion. Alright. Put fertilizer potion on T-Bush. T-Bush has regrown. Look at T-Bush. Take tea leaf. Take rowan berry. Take elderberry. Take mint leaf. Southeast. Take thistle leaf. Take thistle. Oh, I already have it. Okay. Alright, now we can cast the tea spell. We need a leaf, we need smooth, we need pungent, and brown. So we use the tea leaf for the leaf, the rowan berry for smooth, mint leaf for pungent, thistle flower for brown. There we go. The alchemist's pot boiled and bubbled noisily, magically produced a nice cup of tea. The old alchemist totters in, his wrinkled nose sniffing the air. My, that tea does smell good, young lady. I could do with a cup. You look like you could do with one too. Why don't you join me? Ingrid thanked him and poured the tea for them both. That was a little over an hour, but I took my time and redid a bunch of things unnecessarily. But this is where the game broke on me yesterday, so I wasn't able to play beyond this point. She sips her tea, finishes her cup. I missed 60 points. Even while doing the unnecessary puzzles. Because you may remember, I got this fern shoot over here and never used it for any spell. I got this sinkwort shoot up here and never used it for any spell. Maybe you get extra points if you specifically use these in spells, even though you don't have to. Because there's some redundancy with the ingredients, like multiple ingredients are flowers, multiple are prickly, multiple are sweet, multiple are pungent, multiple are green, etc., etc. You don't have to use these for recipes. I think that's probably where I'm missing points, because I'm not using these hard to reach ingredients in my spell crafting, because you don't have to. I'm missing out on score. That's my guess. I could be wrong, but that's my guess. Alright, copy protection. Page 12, line 7, word 2. S-O. It works! It works! Welcome to part 3 of Gnome Ranger. Oh, we're in there. Ingrid finally managed to get away from the old alchemist. He was a terrible gossip when he got going, and strode purposefully off to the north. The road wound on through a land that became steadily more rugged and barren until at last she arrived at the entrance to a short, steep-sided valley. Ingrid knew she must be only a short distance from home. Yes, there at the end of the valley, where the way had narrowed to a cleft, was the gate that led to Dribble Vale and Nettlefield Farm. Ingrid was at the base of a mountain that rose high into the clouds. The way up was hard and stony, but an indomitable spirit could forge a path across the jagged rocks and treacherous snow that lay in its slopes. Ingrid considered the challenge as she rested on a barren patch on a north-south road. Exits lead northeast, south, southeast, southwest, and upwards. Ingrid could see a bronze gate and a small signpost. What now? We save. Hey, Atomic Runner, welcome. I'm liking this game, but yes, this is the end game here, part 3 of 3. So now we have to start drawing a new map. We can go north, east, south. So I have no idea where I am. Let's just put it there. Base of mountain. There's a bronze gate. Small signpost here. Exits lead go north, go east, go south, go southeast, go southwest, upwards. I don't know where up goes. Oftentimes, like the up will be the same direction as one of the normal exits, like north and up often lead to the exact same destination. Let's look at stuff. Look at the gate. A sulky voice muttered, "Push off!" Ingrid looked around in surprise. There was no one in sight. The words had been too clear to have come from the other side of the gate. Then she spotted an ill-defined face amongst the weather-worn moldings of the gate. Metal Mouth moved and said, "Go on, push off, flaming tourists. I'm not opening and there's naff all to nick now. You may as well up it." "I am not a tourist, and I am not a thief," Ingrid told the gate indignantly. "I'm just trying to get home to my family, and I'd be obliged if you'd let me past." "Shan't," said the gate. "There's some of you tourists what nicked me gems, and I made myself a promise. I'm not opening again till I get them back. So there." "Really?" exclaimed Ingrid. "There's no need to make such a fuss. I'll find them for you, then perhaps I can get on my way." The gate was a bit taken aback. "Oh, well, so very much," murmured. "This might be handy for carrying them." A bronze arm appeared briefly and offered her a sack. Fake sack. Look sack. Made of a thin but tough white canvas, had a soft rope drawstring that made a convenient carrying handle, or could be used to sling the sack over her shoulder. Open sack? In sack? Okay. So we're looking for gemstones to replace on the gate. Look at the signpost. A wooden pole with planks nailed on. They pointed north to Gnome Bridge, south to the Rock Garden, southwest to the Halls of the Mountain Kings, southeast to the lake. No fishing. The odd thing was the signs are about head high for Ingrid, which meant that they were either intended for gnomes or other normal-sized beings, or that the ground was boggy. So this is convenient. We are instantly given the points of interest. So on our map we know up north from us is Gnome Bridge. South of us is Rock Garden. Southwest, Halls of Mountain King. Southeast is the lake. So we have kind of the rough layout already. I will explore and just systematically fill in all the intermediary rooms just because I like it. It makes me happy to see a nice complete map. But it's unnecessary. Because we can't just type go to rock garden, go to lake, go to gnome bridge, and it'll just take us there. So let's begin exploring. Go north. The gate stopped Ingrid. Okay. Can't go north. Go up. There was a little moaning noise. Did Ingrid continue? Sure. Ingrid went upwards, was on the lower slopes of the mountain. It was a bleak landscape of bare stone, broad swaths of packed ice and snow, broken only by scattered upthrusts of rock that had resisted the wind's erosion. Interesting, okay. What's this called? Lower slopes. Go up again. The moaning became louder and more threatening. Did Ingrid continue? Absolutely. Ingrid went upwards and was halfway up the mountain amongst the jagged rocks. The icy wind had swept the exposed slopes clear of snow and piled it up in great drifts against the larger stones. Exits led up and down. Ingrid could see the hairy Yeti and some huge footprints. Oh, cool. This is halfway up mountain. On this tile, there's a hairy Yeti and huge footprints. Looks like I'm dying. The Yeti rose up in front of Ingrid, towering over her. Oh, he moaned. My poor tootsies. Oh, hello, what's this? A little gnome. Oh, fancy that. I haven't seen one of those for ages. Of course, I haven't seen anybody for ages. He bent down to take a closer look at Ingrid, and she could see that beneath all that hair, the Yeti was really quite a slender creature. Do you know, he confided, sitting down and waving a foot in the air. I've been trying for I don't know how long to get these awful snowshoes fixed. I mean, look at that. He waggled his foot and the shoe flapped uncontrollably. But whenever I go down to the valley, all the people there are running around and screaming and carrying on something dreadful. Don't ask me why. I expect that's just the way people are. But it means that the silly sports shop is always shut. I don't know how those shopkeepers can stay in business behaving like that. And meanwhile, those sloppy shoes are absolutely killing my poor little feet. The Yeti's complaints tailed off into a wordless moan as he sat massaging his feet. The hairy Yeti examined the huge footprints. Okay, I guess we don't die here. The internet dirigible welcome. This game's awesome. Let's look at the Yeti. He was enormous. He was covered in long white hair and so huge that he looked like a flour-covered haystack. Ingrid had seen one of those when Uncle Dusty had the accident with the mill. But when the wind blew, which it did rather a lot around there, she could see that there wasn't very much Yeti beneath the hair, and he had a kind, if troubled, face. He was wearing some wickerwork snowshoes. Huge Yeti wearing snowshoes. Okay, make a note of that. Yeti started to giggle as if it was party to some secret little joke. So this is an NPC we're going to have to recruit to help us solve puzzles. We'll probably have to fix his shoes. Look at the snowshoes. Very large and flat, though with a bit of a curl up at the front. Much too loose for the dainty feet of the snowman. Made with wood and wickerwork, the shoes were rather like Ingrid's old tennis racket. It was also curled up at the end. It had warped after she used it for straining the cabbage. Look at the footprints. Incredibly large, broad, and round at one end, tapering down to a point at the other. Ingrid had done tracking in the gnome guide, so she could instantly tell that they were made by an enormous two-legged monster. Well done, Ingrid. Yeti, give me the snowshoes. The Yeti shook his head, the long hair flaying out and scattering snow and dandruff over Ingrid. Oh, he said ruefully, "Oh, I'm sorry, miss, but as they won't fit me, they would be even worse for your dainty little tooties. It'd be absolute agony, believe me. I can't allow you to suffer such torment." So we need to... I thought we'd be able to, like, repair his snowshoes. Maybe we just need to find replacement snowshoes for him. Alright, let's go up. Ingrid went upwards, was at the peak of the mountain, high amongst the clouds. Barely visible below, the mountain fell away on one side in a steep rocky slope. The other side was an ice field that fed a long, wide glacier. A small cairn of stones had been built on the very peak. Wow, we're still going up. Top Boss, welcome. Thank you very much for the 34-month resub. Mad shelter to you as well. I love that Garfield emote. Welcome. Thank you. West, up, down. Okay. We can still go up from here? Holy smokes. Ingrid's went upwards, was on a cloud, close to the mountain peak. The flocculent cloud stuff was firm but springy underfoot, and would have made a nice mattress stuffing if it hadn't been so cold and damp. We're in the clouds? Wait, what? Okay. Exits lead east, southwest. It's not southwest. West, northwest, down. We are in the clouds. Go west. Ingrid fell through the patch of soft cloud like a dumpling through cold stew. You seem to have got Ingrid killed. Whoops. Oops. Okay, southwest. Ingrid went southwest, was on a cloud, surrounded by other clouds. She's in a vast expanse of lumpy whiteness. It was much the same sort of view that a tick would have on the back of a sheep. Very evocative. Beautiful description. I don't know how these rooms line up, so I'm gonna go like that. Exits lead northeast, southwest. I don't know if this is like a maze. Let's go northeast. Let's go down. Let's go west. The Yeti's roaming around. Okay, this does not connect up to this. Does this connect? Okay. I see. I gotta rearrange these a little bit here. So let's delete that. Grab all of this. Move it. Oh, come on, come on. Grab all of this. Move it over here. reverse that. So from the mountain peak, going up takes you west. But you can also go west to go west. West and up are the same direction. We need to explore. Is that going to RAM save? Yes, okay. So we are here, right? Yeah. Okay, now we're here. So northwest. Dead. Southwest. So we're on this tile. West was on a cloud. Rather unnervingly perched on such a fluffy nothingness, especially as it was almost impossible to tell where the cloud actually started. Her feet sank in at every step, but only up to the knees. Oh, we're running out of room here. Let's move these over. Okay. Exits lead east, southwest, northwest. I'm going to guess these two paths kill me. I want to test that to be sure. Dead. Dead. Okay. Whoa, 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 whoa. Go northwest, we're on a cloud. This one was different from the rest. It was grayer, colder, and whiter. Obviously a Gnome Chester special. The rain was always grayer, colder, and whiter there. Exits lead northeast. Oh, goodness. Rain cloud. Exits lead northeast, southeast, southwest, west, northwest. Let's test this other path, see if it kills us or not. It does. Northeast is dead. This is a very silly part of the game. Like, this isn't even like a puzzle. At least not that I can tell so far. This is just trial and error. Learn the path through the clouds. Northwest was on cloud 9. Ingrid knew this was so because of the large sign which read cloud 9. An exit led south. What? Don't don't do that. There we go. Ingrid could see a sparkling diamond and some wispy cloud stuff. Diamond. Exit leads southeast. Look at the diamond. A magnificent crystal, as big as Ingrid's fist and radiant as with an inner light. Like a star it shone, sending forth twinkling shafts of pure whiteness. It was the sort of stone that men yearned for, dwarves killed for, and gnomes used as door stoppers. Take diamond. I don't know why I can't type diamond, but it accepts diamond. I'll put the diamond in the sack. That might be one of the 4 gems we need for the gate. I'll look at the cloud stuff. The wispy cloud stuff was the consistency of Mother's semolina pudding, mainly thin and watery with some lumps of solid stuff. But at least it was nice and white, as clouds ought to be, and not that nasty gloomy gray stuff that means it's going to rain rats and hamsters. What? Fake cloud stuff? What? Okay. We're carrying a cloud. What's my score at? I think I got score for picking up that diamond, but I can't tell. Dead. Dead. This seems like a... Okay. Well, we got one of the diamonds. This entire path just has like multiple paths to instantly kill you, which are just there to... I don't know. Alright, we did it. Let's go to Yeti. And now in the future, if we were to replay this, knowing that the diamond is here, you could just type go to diamond, and it would automatically navigate you through all of this. Yeti, follow me. Okay, the Yeti is following us. Interesting. I don't think I necessarily want the Yeti to follow me, though. I guess at this point I don't know what's down here. But the Yeti told us that the townsfolk were scared of him and would close up shop and retreat. We probably don't want the Yeti to follow us around, in fact, so I think I screwed up. It's oops that. And let's run to the gate. Okay, we're all the way back here now. Can I put diamond, or give diamond to gate? There's loud noises outside. I don't even know what that is. I think they're coming through. Ingrid gave the sparkling diamond to the bronze gate. The gate beamed and said, "Ah, very much. It's a proper treat to see that again." Bronze arm stretched out, put the gem in place, then folded back into the moldings. Said, "Thank you." Speaking in Old Gnomish. Same score. Now you can see in the picture here the 4 gems. So maybe that's like a diamond, an opal, a ruby, and or maybe that's an emerald, an amethyst. No, I need to play Legend of Kyrandia again to renew my memory on gemstones. I'm a woods gnome. I don't know if I want to do this just yet. In fact, I'm not going to do it just yet. I'm keeping the diamond. We may need to use it for something. Let's keep exploring. East. We're east, on a barren patch. South of a high cliff. Exits lead. Excuse me. East, south, southeast, southwest, west. I need to get a different microphone. I think I'm going to look into that soon. I want to get a microphone that doesn't pick up nearly as much ambient noise. I need to figure out audio better. I live in an apartment now. There's a lot of ambient surround sound that just comes through on the mic. It wasn't as bad before when I was at the house. But I need a different microphone. Anyway. Keep exploring. It's not, yeah, I know it's not too big of a deal. It's just minor. improvement to be made. Oh, satisfying line drawing. At the extreme northeast corner of the valley. Okay. South. Barren patch. I'm going to delete these placeholder things. I'll just shuffle them down there for now. North, south, southwest, west, northwest. Let's kind of sweep back and forth. There's almost definitely going to be nothing of interest or of note in these empty rooms, but there might be. So we must search them all. In all 8 directions. You never know if there's not going to be anything there until you know. We're on the north-south road. Only some exits, okay? North, northeast, east, south, southeast, southwest, west. So I think these mountain tiles actually exist over here rather than up here. Because previous parts of the game all fit nice and neat into a little grid, except for this bit up here. So I wouldn't be surprised if these tiles can actually squeeze into an area down here, but we'll worry about that later if it comes up. West. Barren patch beside the sheer south face of the mountain. Northeast, east, south, southeast, southwest, west. Holy smokes. South of mountain. Ingrid went west, was south of a high, bleak mountain. There was a glacier running down one slope. Well, not exactly running. In fact, it didn't even appear to be crawling. But Ingrid, who had studied geology at the Institute, knew that it was moving very, very slowly. Then Ingrid noticed the steam was drifting from a narrow rocky entrance at the edge of the ice, freezing as it emerged and landing on a barren patch. What? Steam was drifting from a narrow rocky entrance at the edge of the ice? Exits lead east, south, southeast, southwest, west. Oh, and inside, okay. West was on a glacier. I don't know where the inside leads. I'll just stick that there as a reminder to check that. So this is likely the extent of 7 tiles across. Yeah, nice and tiny. I like that. South. North, northeast, east, south, southeast. Visio. I'm not sure what you're asking, Raccoon. Yeah, the mapping program is called Drizbort. Very handy program, if that's what you're asking. I'm just going to weave back and forth, filling out these nodes, which is almost completely useless. Whoops. But we did find the entrance into some cave right here. So this hasn't been a complete waste of time. It has been fruitful. This should lead to the road. Yep. See, this is definitely a big difference between level 9's games and, like, say, Infocom Text Adventures. When I played The Lurking Horror by Infocom, it did not have nearly as much dead space in the game world. Their games and a lot of other games inspired by Infocom seem to be focused more on, like, each room having a specific purpose, creating like almost linear paths to follow, with every room having meaning and something to do in it, rather than trying to create like the appearance of a realistic game world with empty space between points of interest. It just cuts out the empty space and you move from point of interest to more point of interest. Sometimes when moving from one node to the next, you're moving in the game world like multiple miles, whereas in here there's all this empty space to kind of simulate travel time when you're traveling from place to place. It's just different approaches to creating a game world in a text adventure. It's interesting. This is a lot smaller and more constrained than the previous level 9 game I played, Night Orc. Night Orc had gigantic maps. Yeah, they definitely trimmed down quite a bit for this one. They trimmed things down, made it a lot more constrained. Yet they still have lots of just nothingness, empty rooms. Night Orc was like, God. Night Orc was this big. It was freaking enormous. Like 16 by 16 instead of 7 by 7. Like orders of magnitude larger. I prefer this. Like, this is a nice little middle ground here, where there's still tiles that exist solely to pad out travel time and give the appearance of depth in the game world. Attempts at verisimilitude, but not to like an extreme extent. Like, I spent multiple hours drawing those maps for Night Orc. Why did the room size change? And it was almost completely useless. Whereas here, these come together nice and quickly. But still, a lot of times, like, it's just nothingness. But the game itself even encourages you to just type go to place and kind of skip out all this busy work. I don't know why they still felt the need to include these empty spaces when they also give you tools to simply ignore them. But south was at the end of the east-west road. Okay, more road. We still haven't found the lake or the halls of the Mountain King or the rock garden, but they should be down here eventually. Oh, there's the lake. Went south was on the lake bank north of a large lake. Beautiful graphics. South. Ingrid couldn't swim. Okay. Interesting. This might be a situation where we need to bring the Yeti down here and have the Yeti swim down here, or perhaps another helper which we haven't found yet. Another lake bank. All these exits, which I probably can't take. Motherly penguin entered from the southwest. She was motherly, and getting bored with mothering. In terms of excitement, incubating an egg can only be compared to waiting for concrete to set. And talk of fulfilling one's destiny and continuity of the species doesn't cut a lot of ice when a body's been standing on ice for weeks on end. She was cold, ratty, and hungry enough to eat a whale. She was carrying a large egg. An large egg. The motherly penguin went east. Alright, time to start taking notes here. Part 3, we have the motherly penguin carrying large egg, roaming by the lake. So now that we've met the penguin, if we ever need to find it again, we just type go to penguin. Very handy. Came from the southwest. That's down here. All 8 directions, it looks like. Yep. There we go. Did not mean to make that one way. Can't swim, can't swim, can't swim, can't swim. Can't swim. So it's definitely going to be a puzzle trying to figure out how to get onto these water tiles to see what's on them. Either by getting Ingrid swimming lessons or sending a follower NPC helper to one of them. Just keep exploring. Oh, south was on the riverbank beside the lake. Okay. Riverbank. North, northeast. East. West. Northwest. Okay, we can't go south anymore, so this is probably the bottom edge of the map. So yeah, 7 by 7 yet again. Looks like. With jutting extensions. Can't swim. Keep doing that. Went west was beside a large ice bridge which jutted out southwards over the river, festooned with long icicles. The bridge formed an elegant link between the snowy shores. Ingrid admired it from on the riverbank. Exits led north. Oh, okay. Ice bridge. North, northeast, east, south, northwest. Oh, that was bad. Okay, we tried to go south over the ice bridge. The bridge gave a long, deep, creaking moan, just like father getting out of bed in the morning, then shuddered and collapsed into 1,000 icy fragments. By great good fortune, Ingrid had been standing on one of the larger chunks and managed to cling onto it as it fell into the water. The wobbly ice floe was swept along by the current and was on the river where it opened out beside the lake. This seems quite bad. Ice breaks. On the wobbly ice floe was Ingrid, so Ingrid was on the river where it opened out beside the lake. Yeah, we are moving. Wobbly ice floe was swept along by the current, was on the west side of the lake. So we're somewhere over here. Could see the motherly penguin. Let's just wait and see what happens. Probably gonna die? The penguin saw Ingrid floating past, would have quite liked to help, but could not leave her egg. She waved a rueful flipper at Ingrid as the gnome maid floated helplessly past, then, resigned to her own fate, shuffled into a more comfortable position and settled down to wait for the egg to hatch. Penguin grumbled. That's nice, isn't it? Here I am, all alone, while everybody else is cleared off to the iceberg over in the lake. The wobbly ice floe, swept along by the current, was floating at the northwest corner of the lake. So the lake might be like a 2x2 area. Or could be like larger than that even. Now we're at the northern shore, northeastern shore. Drifted out to sea where the icy wind blew between the drifting icebergs, out beyond all hope of salvation. Ingrid is dead. Okay. So we need to find a way to allow the motherly penguin to help us out of that predicament, I think. We have to help the motherly penguin to hatch her egg or keep it warm for her or something. Allow her an excuse to leave her egg so the penguin can help us. Oh. Help? I think the game just broke. Oh dear. Oh, because I typed RAM store. Whoops. There we go. Ingrid was. Oh, I think the game broke. I think the game broke. Okay. Even on this modern interpreter, game is not free of bugs. The ST version had even more bugs though. Like I had items just disappear. That was really it. And that only happened like once. I had item disappear. Page 20, line 5, word 2. Alright, I only had the one save, which was back at the start. Which is fine because I didn't actually do anything besides wander around. So let's look at the gate to get the sack. Let's run to the diamond. Oh, okay. Let's go up, up, up. There's the Yeti. Up, southwest, west, northwest, northwest. Take all. Take all. Put diamond in sack. Run to gate. Alright, I did everything I did before. Let's check out what's over here. Ingrid went inside. It was in a tunnel, just inside the mountain. It was warm in here, and the heat of the floor melted the snow off Ingrid's shoes, forming little puddles that dried up as she watched. But it wasn't cozy. The low, soot-blackened roof, lit by distant flickers of red flames, gave an oppressive feel to the tunnel. Exits led west and outside. Ingrid went west within a tunnel, deeper in the mountain. Here the rocky floor was so hot underfoot that Ingrid started to worry about getting chilblains? For it wasn't long since her feet had been almost frozen, but at least the hot, dry air had cleared up her runny nose. Exits led east and west. What? Ingrid went west was in a fire hall. Tongues of flame licked up from a broad fiery pool in the center of the black glazed floor, casting an angry red light on smoke-darkened walls and on the dais beyond, where the Fire King sat on his throne. What? Oft times a bright jet of liquid fire would spurt up from the depths of the pool, a spear of white heat thrusting towards the distant ceiling, then quivering and fragmenting and falling in an incandescent shower back into the pit of its birth. Each time this happened, the fire people gathered around the fire pool would draw away quickly, then return when the sparks subsided to get on with toasting their marshmallows. What? Exits led east and west. What the heck? Ingrid could see the flamboyant Fire King and feckless fire people. Thanks for the clip, Goat Tongue. That's it, or ball sack. Quit the game. The Fire King spoke. Greetings, traveler. Welcome to our city. You're free to go where you will, but do not stray south of the guarded corridor. Beyond this lies the city of the Ice People. They're a deceitful evil race with whom we once lived in peace until they traitorously attacked by channeling their river through our caves. Many flames were extinguished on that day, but we managed to capture the child of their queen. This hostage is all that keeps the ice fiends from attacking again. Avoid their cold warriors if you value your life. What the heck is going on? Fire King is a fearsome foe and a fractious friend with a feeling for foppish fashions. He wore a fancy frock coat with a flourish of fairest filigree and a feathery frill. The alliteration. His clothes were all a bit singed around the edges, and Ingrid got quite hot just by being in the same room with him. Fiery people were a fiery folk, forever fuming and fulminating on fortune, fair or foul, but with a fondness for flans and fondues and fried fish fingers. They didn't like parties, mainly because of the danger of spontaneous combustion whenever too many of them packed into the same room. Dude. This game is too silly. Ingrid went west, was in a steamy junction, the hall of the Fire King behind her, the corridors of the Ice People ahead. Steam poured out of another opening to the side, gathered and swirled around the junction. In fact, it was almost as bad as the farmhouse kitchen on Mud Day when Mother was trying to dry the washing in front of the fire. Exits lead east, south, southwest. Okay, this part's a lot larger than I was thinking. West through a door. Can see the fidgety fire guard. A flabby, flatulent flunky with a fat, florid face and a fetish for fricasseed frankfurters. forever fondling his falchion. What? Ingrid fancied that he was felicitously not fleet of foot and could be fairly easily foxed. Oh, dude, these tongue twisters. Door. South. Ingrid went south, was in a barricaded corridor. The way was partially barred by thin jets of fire that rose up at Ingrid's feet. Here the air was still heavy with steam, but cooler now, and thinning steadily along the length of the corridor. Condensed against the walls and trickled down to form sooty pools on the floor. Exits lead north and south. See the fearsome firefighter here. A formidable fellow with a fine figure and a ferocious frown. Forswearing fancy, fashionable fabrics, he favored fustian fatigues and a field gray forage cap. Gosh, Ingrid thought he was actually quite dashing in a rough sort of way. Firefighter, make note of everybody, everywhere. Ingrid walked past the fire guards and out of their city, but the ice guards jabbed at her with lances of ice, would not allow her to pass into theirs. Cannot travel south because it's blocked by ice guards. Okay. Tried to go southwest. This tunnel is completely blocked by deep rushing water. No way through until the water subsided. Door was bolted, but from this side. Ingrid went west through the door, was in a prison. The hot darkness of the bowels of the Fire Kingdom. A dull glow from a distant corridor wall cast a dim, eerie red light, and by this Ingrid could see the rough pumice walls and the low roof of the dismal cell. There was the smell of fear in that place, and a touch of moisture in the air, as if something was melting slowly but painfully. Exits led east through a door, inside and outside. Ingrid could see an insipid ice child. Oh, great. Dude, don't do... But... Oh, I ran out of room. Take all of this, push it over here. Okay. Dude, all the ice people are gonna be eye alliterations. Ice child. An inoffensive innocent captured by the fire people in retaliation when their caves were flooded by water from the ice people's river. In appearance, it was small, pale, and spotty, and had a drip on the end of its nose. So we can go east through the door, inside or outside? What? Wait, what? What is happening? So we're inside the prison. In the prison, there are exits leading east through a door. Inside, we can go inside from the prison, or we can go outside from the prison. If we try to go outside, it tells us the door is bolted from this side. We can open the door and go outside, and then we're back at the prison. Is this a glitch? Open door, out. Open door, in. Now we're in the prison. Open door, east. What? There's some weird loop here. The door leading out of the prison is to the east, yeah, but there's like inside and outside commands that just take you back to the same room. Maybe they're trying to convey that we're like going through different cells in the prison. And I just didn't understand. There's some funky shenanigans afoot there. Okay. I'm not going to worry too much about trying to figure out what to do down here, how to get past the ice guards. Like, we have to rescue the ice child, I assume, and return it to the ice people. But for now, I'm more focused on just trying to explore everything. So let's get out of here, because we can't go anywhere further. So here, southwest, here, south from here. Gotta fill out the map. Got to fill out the map. Back to drawing lines and squares. Beautiful lines, beautiful squares. Beautiful lines, boxes, squares. Empty tiles with nothing of value or interest or note. No reason to explore these or revisit them ever. Riverbank. Hey, Boney Skeleman, welcome. How's it going? We're in part 3 of Gnome Ranger here. I'm not really sure what, like, the theme of this area is. Part 1, the theme was animals. Part 2, the theme was plants. I'm not really sure what the theme is here for this one. And we're trying to find some magical gems or stones to insert into this magic gate in order to get home. So maybe the theme is like rocks, stones, ice people, fire people, yetis, water, penguins? Maybe the theme is penguins. I don't know. Tree trunk. Edward went east, was on the river bank in a large pine forest with many old and rotten trees along the shoreline. There's a tree trunk here. Exits. You can't go east. Okay. It was that of an old tired pine. It had fallen over of its own accord, having snapped off at the roots. The branches were broken, ragged stumps, and some were hollow with rot. Climb tree trunk. Push tree trunk. Ooh, I don't know if I wanted to do that. Ingrid pushed as hard as possible, just managed to ease the tree trunk out into the current. The long tree trunk drifted off out of sight. I'm going to hold off on doing that for now. Although that's likely about the only thing I can do with the tree trunk. Maybe I'm trying to like make a dam so that when we break the ice bridge and float down the river, we'll have something to stop us. I'm going to leave that for now. I'm not going to push that. go north. This is a game that's not afraid to soft lock you if you do the wrong thing at the wrong time, which is why I'm so reluctant to do anything at this stage other than just simply explore. Can't go southeast. There's something weird here. Okay, identical room. Draw my lines. Okay, we're in this room, which is a garden entrance. A high wall surrounds the garden. As far as Ingrid could tell, the only way in lay through the open archway that stood before her. The garden stood on a barren patch. Exits lead north, northeast, east, south, all directions. Before we go into the garden, let's just fill out these last few empty tiles. Barren patch, barren patch, road. Lake bank. Penguins here, so the penguin seems to roam around the lake bank. All of these are connected to each other. About like that. Whoa. Okay. This looks to be the rough shape of the area we're working with. There's Gnome Bridge to the north. There's a sign on this square that points out points of interest. It says Gnome Bridge is to the north. I think that's behind this gate that we're trying to open. It says the Rock Gardens to the south, Halls of the Mountain King to the southwest, and the lake to the southeast. Halls of the Mountain King must be this area? I guess that's southwest of the sign, and then through there. Rock Garden, it's right here. Let's visit the Rock Garden here. Where am I? East-West Road. Oh god, old gnomish. Okay, an old gnome appeared through the gate. He stood bandy-legged and looked balefully at Ingrid. The gnome blocked the way, saying, "Hang long! The entrance fee to this wonderful garden is one rock, and you haven't given me any." Old gnomish. Hey, Omega Number, welcome. How's it going? This game's awesome. This is a really fun game. We're in part 3 of Gnome Ranger. We solved part 1 with a lot of help from the hints. We solved part 2 with help from the hints, not as much as part 1, but we had to use a lot of hints in part 2. Now we're on to part 3. We're kind of just in the reconnaissance phase right now, constructing a map and seeing what obstacles exist, what our goals are, and so on. I think this is a fantastic game. This is really fun. So Old Gnome stops us from going south. We need a rock. Entrance fee is 1 rock. Now this is tricky because we're trying to get rocks for the magic gate. So I get the feeling we could soft lock ourselves here by giving one of the magic rocks to the Old Gnome, unless we can get them back from him. We'll do a save here. Old Gnome. Give diamond to Old Gnome. Ingrid gave the sparkling diamond to the gnarled gnome. The gnome looked at the rock and sniffed disdainfully, but said, "Well, I suppose you can go in now." With a quick lunge, he hurled her into the garden. Are we... Okay, we're in the garden. So I'm probably in an unwinnable state right now. But I don't know. Ingrid was in a rock garden. Looking around, she thought that Nut My Job had taken the term rock garden too literally. There was not a single plant in sight, just a frightful jumble of minerals. There may once have been some basic plan to it, but the garden was now little more that, a pile of the stones brought by visitors. Exit led north. Ingrid could see a sparkling diamond. Okay, that's the diamond that we gave him. An enormous emerald. That might be a magic emerald. Lumpy boulders, smooth round cobblestone, flint nodule, fossil, crumbly gravel heap, small pebble, gray slate. Oh dear. Write all these down. I'm not going to write the diamond because that's the one we gave the gnome to enter here. So we have enormous emerald, lumpy boulder, smooth round cobblestone, flint nodule, fossil, crumbly gravel heap, small pebble, gray slate. Let's look at all of these. Superbly crafted stone cut to perfect symmetry, with each facet polished to absolute smoothness. To look into that emerald was to look into the deep green pool of life itself. Yeah, this is almost definitely one of the magic gems we need for the gate. Common or garden boulder, the sort that you might well stub your toe on while walking on the common, or wreck the lawnmower on if it turned up unexpectedly. Small round gray stone, ideal for flicking from a sling, though with other more peaceful uses. Ingrid thought it would be nice to paint a pattern on it, write paperweight on the bottom, and give it to a grateful relative. Then she remembered that none of her relatives ever used paper for anything at all. A broken bit of a larger nodule was a bit flaky around the edges and distinctly sharp in places. Ingrid, who had studied these kinds of things at the Institute, recognized it as being either an early Stone Age hand axe or an accident. Fossil was set in a small chunk of limestone. Had a pretty curly pattern like squashed snail shell. It's just the job for adding a distinctive touch to otherwise boring rockery. Gravel heap about half as high as Ingrid, though much wider at the base. There was enough to use for drainage in the dozen or so plant pots, but you wouldn't get far trying to make a gravel path out of it. A small trickle of stones ran down the side when Ingrid tapped the heap with her foot. Okay. Pebble was about the size of a marble, the big allies, not those little glass ones. Almost as round. Its most remarkable feature was its staggering ordinariness. Ordinariness, that's a good word. The slate was thick, flat on the front, and rough around the edges. It reminded her of the Institute. Quite a few of the other students had been like that. Can we take the diamond back? Can we take the emerald? Can we put diamond in the sack? Can we put the emerald in the sack? Can we leave? The gnome stopped angrily. What's going on? Who do you think you are? You can't take anything out of my garden. Can we... Okay. So here's the puzzle. How do you get these items past the gnome? Now we were given this sack at the outset here, and it explicitly says there's a soft rope drawstring made for a carrying handle or can be used to sling the sack over her shoulder. Which makes me think perhaps we could also throw this. What happens if I just type throw sack? We are next to the river. Even though it's not in the room description, and we're only aware of the river's existence because the old gnome in this room keeps looking at the river. And I guess if we have a larger sense of the geography, we know that there's a river running through here. So in that sense, the map has helped again. Maybe that's our way to sneak items out of here, or even to escape out of here. Can I go river? Okay, I might have been able to if I do a ram save, drop the sack and go river. Interesting. Even though I don't have the stones in my possession, the gnome still thinks I've stolen them and won't let me leave. I guess because they're in the sack. They're not just in the room itself. They're in the container within the room. Take emerald. Drop emerald. Drop diamond. Go river. Maybe we're stuck. Give emerald to gnome. Oh no, he won't let me leave. Push gnome. Okay, let's go back. Copy protection. Page 20. Line 5, word 2. Even. I just noticed a funny little rock appeared from under a plant and stopped Ingrid by waved a copy of a rather tattered book. Ingrid thought that the rock probably wants to know the word at page 20, line 5, word 2. The rock crawled back under its plant. Alright, so we restored back out to here before entering the rock garden. Put the ramp save here. Give diamond to gnome. He throws us into the garden. Can we just instantly leave? We can. Okay. We can't. What the heck? So it seems like no matter what we do, once we enter the garden, the gnome does not let us leave. So I didn't even take anything. I gave him a diamond. He threw me into the garden. Without doing anything else, I just tried to leave, and he blocked me. Because he thinks I've taken a rock from him? The only items I have at this point, the cloud stuff, canvas sack, and the diamond that we found. There's nothing else anywhere. Alright, I guess it's time to try and start solving puzzles. So we have a number of different places to focus on. The most interesting is probably these tunnels with the fire people and the ice people. There's an ice bridge leading south from this tile, which breaks if we try to cross it. There's a tree trunk over here we can push into the river. I think we have to push the tree trunk into the river. We might be able to do something else with that tree trunk. And that may provide a bridge leading south from here. I don't know. Let's investigate what happens with that tree trunk. Store southwest. Push tree trunk. Drifts off out of sight. I believe the current of the river flows to the east. Yeah, because when we broke this ice, we floated out to the lake over here. So let's go northeast now. Okay, we're in the garden. Can we see the tree trunk? And look at the river. We're stuck in the garden. Okay, go back. So now I'm here. Tree trunk drifts off out of sight. So it's just floating away. If I try to go south, the ice floe breaks. Now we are on the river. Is the tree trunk gonna block our passage at any point? Nope, we died. I wonder if it's a timing thing. Tree trunk is floating. Maybe we need to be on the ice bridge while the tree trunk is underneath it, giving it structural support so we can cross. In which case I've already wasted too many turns by restoring, by using a ram save. Copy protection. For it. Okay. So we'll do a save here. Push tree. And then rush northeast, southeast. See, we keep missing the tree trunk. We may need to recruit the Yeti. In fact, let's go get the Yeti. What am I doing? Let's just go get the Yeti. Run to Yeti. Yeti, follow me. Run to tree trunk. The Yeti did not follow us. Okay, the Yeti's up on the clouds. I gotta figure out how to get the Yeti to follow us down off the mountain, maybe? I think we're right here. Yeah. Yeti, follow me. The Yeti does not follow me. The Yeti doesn't seem to go down from this tile. There's some reason, some barrier preventing the Yeti from traveling down off the mountain. Maybe we need to fix his snowshoes. Large and flat. Much too loose for the... They're much too loose for the dainty feet of the snowman. Huh. Okay, and I'm carrying a cloud. A thin and watery cloud with some lumps of solid stuff. It's the only item I really have to use, other than the diamond. I don't think giving the cloud to the Yeti would help him with his footwear problem. What were these footprints again? So we've reached the point, as we do in every part of this game, where I'm just not really sure what to do. Our goal is to find the 4 gems for the gate. One of them is just sitting up on the clouds. One of them is in the rock garden. Seeing as how I don't really have any items to work with, I feel like I'm not equipped or ready to get the emerald out of the rock garden yet. There's the penguin over here. The ice tunnels. Let's go. The penguin. Who's that? Lowdown. Thank you for the resub. Welcome, Asha. Thank you for 4 months. Thank you. I appreciate it. How's it going? Playing Gnome Ranger. Oh, it doesn't have the portrait of Ingrid in this part of the game. It's a different description, though. Wait. Ingrid was a small, rather attractive young gnome maid. But there was something about the way she would look you in the eye or stamp on your foot if you got in her way. It told you this was no wilting violet. She may have been a trifle small, but Ingrid was not a girl to be trifled with. Though most other folks would look over her head, she was not a person to be overlooked. She was also travel-worn and in definite need of a bath, which was another good reason for not tangling with her. Ingrid owns some wispy cloud stuff in a canvas sack. So yeah, this is a cool game. I like these old adventure games. So we need to figure out how to help this penguin. The penguin wants to go onto the lake, onto the iceberg on the lake with all the other penguins, but she's stuck taking care of her egg. She was cold, ratty, and hungry enough to eat a whale. Carrying a large egg. Oh! It was nice and warm. Ingrid listened to it carefully to try and hear the chick inside, but it must have been asleep. There were a few tufts of fluffy feathers stuck into it. Ingrid couldn't tell what they were stuck on with, though she could guess. Penguin noticed Ingrid glancing at the egg and said, "Yes, you can see I've been lumbered with the kid. I can't swim across to the iceberg because my egg would freeze in that water, even if I could keep hold of it. I'm so stiff with standing around, I don't expect I could do that. Perhaps you've got a bright idea." What's the cloud stuff? What if we... give her the sack? Let's just save here. Ingrid gave the canvas sack to the motherly penguin. She said thank you. Penguin, give me sack. Oh! Okay, we're soft locked. We're soft locked. So she wants a way to keep her egg warm. As well as a way to keep hold of her egg while she swims out to the glacier. Can we put egg in sack? Ingrid put the large egg in the canvas sack. The penguin happily gave the egg to Ingrid, saying, "Now, mind you keep little Egbert warm." She wiggled her feet to get the circulation going, looked at the icy cold water, and added, "Can you help me to get across to the iceberg?" Wait, we just take the egg? We just take the egg from her? Let's see what happens now if I ride the ice bridge. We're on the ice floe. So we walk out onto the ice bridge breaks, and now we're on an ice floe, floating up to the lake over here. Now every time I've done this in the past, the motherly penguin has like waved to us as we go and says that she wishes she could help us. Yeah, the penguin saw Ingrid floating past, would have quite liked to help, but could not leave her egg. Do I have the egg? Okay, we're dead. Maybe the tree branch? I'm not really sure what to do here. It's interesting that we can just take the egg from her. I don't know if that's good or not. Can you help me get across to the iceberg? Can I? I don't know if I can. How mysterious. keep looking at the map like it'll give me any clues or nudges or hints as to what to focus on, but no, it's just a lot of empty space. Let's head up here and see if we can figure out how to get into the ice people domain. Find Ice Child. See the insipid Ice Child. Ice Child, follow me. Yeah, insipid Ice Child refused, saying that is not the sort of thing I do. Huh? So the Ice Child won't leave the prison cell, even though we can walk in there and talk to them and walk back out. I don't understand this prison. Something confusing about it. There's a passage to the southwest that's blocked by water. This passage south is blocked by the ice guards. I assume we're meant to get the rescue the Ice Child and bring it to the ice guards, and they'll let us through. I assume. The Flamboyant Fire King, the Feckless Fire People, the Fidgety Fire Guard, and the something Firefighter, the Fearsome Firefighter. Fix that. Fearsome Firefighter. I don't know what I'm supposed to do. I can't even think of anything to try. Oh, wow. Like, there's no items pretty much anywhere to collect. I mean, there's a couple. Very few. So it's not like I need to solve some inventory object puzzle, although maybe I do. This cloud stuff is like the only thing. Wispy cloud stuff was the consistency of Mother's semolina pudding, mainly thin and watery with some lumps of solid stuff. But at least it was nice and white, as clouds ought to be, not that nasty, gloomy gray stuff that means it's going to rain rats and hamsters. We are carrying a cloud in our pocket. How would I use a cloud? They seem to emphasize that it's nice and white. Thin, watery cloud, lumps of solid stuff in the cloud. It's nice and white. I have no clue what I'm supposed to do. Ah, text adventures. Can I get the penguin to follow me? Penguin, follow me. Well, alright, but remember, I can't leave the beach. Okay, so the penguin's stuck to these 5 tiles? Which tile am I on now? I don't know. I think we're on this one. Hey, Lingo Lord, welcome. Thank you for the good luck. We need it. Almost ready to look up a hint. Almost ready to look up a hint. Calf TTV, welcome. Penguin. Go to iceberg. Penguin said stolidly, I'm not leaving the lake. I want to keep near my friends on the iceberg. What? I got wait. There's a path southeast here, okay. I don't freaking have any clue. Hint time. Hint time. I need to be less reluctant to look up hints for these games. It's just, otherwise I'm going to be stuck here with just no idea what it is to do and just kind of treading water. Let's look up the hint document here. All right. Part 3. General hints for Part 3. Let's look at the beginning of Part 3 details. 680. Examine the gate. Ingrid had to return its 4 gems in order to complete this mineral part of the game and return home. Okay. Makes sense. We have all of these objects here. So I need to know precisely what it is I want to get help with. I suppose we should focus on, I don't know. Objects, creatures, and people, places. I haven't even found a lot of these places. Egg. 686. Take it and transport it to the iceberg. Okay. Okay. Iceberg. 744. I guess that's where we should focus on. How to get to the iceberg. 744. The far side of the lake. C298. Ice flow. 632. Ingrid went south onto the ice bridge, and that gives me the ice flow. 687 for details on the ice flow. Kind of boat. Ingrid waited until she was floating past the penguin, which had been befriended. Then, oh, now that we have the egg. Okay. Okay, I think I see. Maybe. Go to ice bridge. Do a save here, go south. Now we're on the ice flow. Wait till the penguin's here. You can see the motherly penguin. Penguin, follow me. Of course, I'll be right there. Penguin saw Ingrid passing close by, and with a flippery waddle and a leap, managed to jump the gap from the shore and scrambled up beside her. Ingrid was on the west side of the lake. On the wobbly ice floe was Ingrid and the penguin. And now the ice floe is not moving. What? What? I just got myself very confused and turned around. Go to penguin? Go to ice floe? So, let me think about what just happened. It's hard to visualize this. We step out onto the ice bridge. It breaks. We fall into the river. It floats over to the lake here. We see the penguin. We tell the penguin to jump out onto the ice floe with us. It does. And then the ice floe stops moving. We're trying to transport this penguin to the glacier, which I think is... I think we have something like this. I think. I think we have something like this, where it's a one-way passage. Down the river. Up to the lake. Up here. To the lake. Over here. To the lake. I think the iceberg is on this tile that we're trying to get to. And if we let if we let the current take us, then we just float out to sea and die once we get past this point. So I think what we have to do is get here. Alright, let's go back. I have the egg. Go to the ice bridge. Oh, I'm at the ice bridge. Okay, south. Wait. No, it actually takes us directly here. So now we're right here. We can see the motherly penguin. Hey, Baines, welcome. I try to explain to people why I bought a leg of ham through the mail. They weren't interested in my post hoc justifications. Thank you for the pun. So if we tell the penguin to... What is it? Follow me? Penguin saw Ingrid passing close by. With a flippery waddle and a leap, managed to jump the gap from the shore and scrambled up beside her. Ingrid was on the west side of the lake, west of a large lake. See, these room descriptions are like all jumbled, and there's like glitches and redundancy in the text that makes it very confusing and disorienting. Ingrid was on the west side of the lake, west of a large lake. What does that mean? I'm on a lake west of a lake. So there's another lake? A second lake? A lake within a lake? Did I move off this tile? Look. Am I in 2 rooms at once? Ingrid was on the west side of the lake, west of a large lake. On the wobbly ice floe was Ingrid and the motherly penguin. Ingrid was on the west side of the lake. Why do I get 2 room descriptions when I type look? Did I glitch into 2 rooms at once? What's going on? East. What? What? There's like this description is just stuck. It's just like infinitely giving me this room description here. Ingrid tried to paddle. So if I try to go north, she tries to paddle but could make no headway against the strong current. If I try to go east, it says she can't swim. Northeast, it says I'm trying to paddle. Northwest, I jump off the ice floe and I can no longer get back onto it. So I think at this point I'm soft locked. Oh no, we can just ride the ice floe again. Okay. Wait. Wait. What is going on? I'm so confused. Penguin. Paddle. Yes, certainly. She dipped a toe into the ice water and looked doubtful. Paddle east. Does it recognize paddle as a verb? It certainly looks like it does. This is so confusing. I don't know what's going on here. Go to penguin. Penguin. Wait 10. Go to ice bridge south. Wait. What? Where am I? We're on a barren patch? The game's falling apart. What am I even supposed to be doing here? I'm just gonna look this up because I'm so confused. I can't tell what's happening. Iceberg. Where is Iceberg? 744. The far side of the lake. See 298. 298. Ice flow. Details 687. Kind of boat. Ingrid waited until she was floating past the penguin which had been befriended, then 696. Asked it to push her to the iceberg. Go back in time. Before riding the ice bridge for the first time, go onto the ice bridge. Wait until we can see the penguin. Penguin, push me to iceberg. Penguin, push me to iceberg. Penguin pushed Ingrid along happily for a while, enjoying the freedom of the water after her long egg squat. Ingrid was on the west side of the lake. I'm not moving anywhere. Penguin, push ice flow to iceberg. What? This seems broken. What? It's not... Ram restore. The penguin. Penguin. Did I misread it? I probably did. Ingrid waited until she was floating past the penguin, which had been befriended, then asked it to push her to the iceberg. South onto the ice bridge, or onto the ice flow. Wait. Wait. Penguin, push me to the iceberg. Absolutely welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, raiders. How's it going, everybody? We're playing a text adventure, Gnome Ranger today. How'd your stream go? How was Lunacid? I was watching a little bit this morning. That game's cool. I gotta try it again. I'm currently very confused in this game. It seems like it's broken. I don't get what's happening here. It's like something is supposed to be happening, and it's just broken. I think the problem is I have a bad save. I think I got the egg from the penguin and then told it to follow me and then saved. And so I'm at the point where as soon as I'm riding this ice flow past the penguin, it automatically jumps on board it with me. And I think once that happens, the ice flow is too heavy to keep moving, and it's just locked in place, and the game doesn't know what to do. So I think I need to go back in time to before I befriended the penguin. Page 4, line 5, word 2. Equipped. I've done nothing. We're gonna go back all the way back to the start of this part. Yeah, I'm playing a different version of the game that actually has a working part 3. I had to restart and replay parts 1 and 2 earlier, but it was pretty quick and painless. Okay, back at the start of part 3. Look at the gate. The gate tells us it's missing 4 jewels that we need to retrieve for it in order to let us through the gate to go back to our home. That's our goal. We're here at the gate. It's missing 4 jewels. If we can retrieve the jewels for him, the gate will let us through and we'll win the game. Looking at the gate gets us a sack. The first thing we can do from here is head up the mountains to get the diamond in the cloud. Let's do that. Go up, go up, go up. The Yeti talks to us, massages his feet, go up, we're in the clouds, go southwest, go west, go northwest, go northwest. We're at cloud 9, take all. Go southeast, east, northeast. Let's just run to the penguin now. South. Alright, I just redid everything I've accomplished so far. Ingrid went south. Okay, we're on a large... I need to figure out precisely where I am. That's part of what's confusing me here. We're on a large bank west of a large lake. Exits lead north, northeast, east, south, southeast, southwest, west, northwest. We're on this tile right here. Take the egg. And now the penguin is friends with us. I think that alone is what it takes to befriend the penguin. So without doing anything else to the penguin, let's go southwest to the ice bridge. Go south. And now it turns into an ice flow. So now we're here. Wait. Now we're here. We're on the west side of the lake. We wait again. The penguin saw Ingrid passing close by and with a flippery waddle and leap managed to jump the gap from the shore and scrambled up beside her. So we're still on the west side of the lake. We're trying to take this penguin and bring it to the iceberg, which I think is to the east of me. I can't see the iceberg. Penguin, go west and push me to iceberg. See, the penguin pushed Ingrid along happily for a while, enjoying the freedom of the water after her long egg squat. Ingrid was on the west side of the lake. On the ice floe was Ingrid and the penguin. So even though I'm telling the penguin to push me, the penguin is pushing me. We're not moving anywhere. We're staying on this tile. Penguin, go away. Penguin, go northwest. The penguin pushed Ingrid along happily. What? Penguin, go east. What? Okay, directing the penguin to go in a specific direction. What? She agreed, saying, anything to oblige. The penguin saw what Ingrid was trying to do. I don't even know what Ingrid was trying to do. It paddled furiously towards the iceberg. As they approached, the other penguins swam out to help, and soon the floe was aquaplaning at high speed toward the iceberg. Right, slow down, shouted Ingrid, then reverse engines, drop anchor. But the penguins were making far too much splashing to hear. Stop, Ingrid shouted at them. Stop pushing, you idiots. But the floe sped on and smashed into the iceberg, throwing Ingrid onto the ice. The penguin rushed over to grab her egg and gave it a fond stroke. pleased to have it back again now that she had her break. She settled it on her feet and fluffed her feathers over it. Thank you for looking after little Egbert, she said. Next time I want to babysit her, I'll be sure to get in touch. I hope you take Lisa. We're on an iceberg. Sapphire! That was very confusing. Some penguins, glittering sapphire, wobbly ice flow. They were a jolly crowd, flapping around and chattering to each other and ignoring the rest of the world, like the waiters in a restaurant when you want to get to coffee and the bill quickly because your dinner companion's obviously in the mood, but you've both got to get back to your respective spouses by midnight and time's running out. What? Okay. Look, sapphire. It was as blue as the sea at a summer's noon, or as a bucket of Uncle Dusty's gnome-made blueberry wine. It had hundreds of tiny facets, all glittering like a dragonfly's eyes. But Ingrid hoped that she would never meet a dragonfly with eyes that big. Take sapphire. Penguins, follow me. Go, let's see here. Go ice flow. Push ice flow. Penguins helped push Ingrid back to shore. This time they didn't push so hard, and they let the flow slow down so that it stopped with no more than a gentle bump. Then they all nosedived, waved goodbye with their feet, and swam off back to the iceberg. I think I did it! That was incredibly confusing. That was incredibly confusing, that whole sequence of events there. Oh, we got a sapphire. Oops. I presume we're done with the penguin saga. Okay, cool. What time is it? I think it's break time. Let's take a short break here. We are 700 out of 1,000 points. We're getting closer. We have 2 of the 4 precious emeralds, or precious stones. We're going to take a short break, then come back and try and figure out the rest of this. Pause the timer. I'll be right back. BRB. Okay. We're back. Let's play more Gnome Ranger. More Gnome Ranger. Oh, Gnome Ranger, Gnome Ranger, Gnome Ranger. Let's go. I have Tefla. I have played MSX La Mulana. Long time ago. That was the early days, the prehistoric days. It was back in May of 2020, according to my document here. It was awesome. The game was incredible. And yeah, as Frostitution says, I'm planning on replaying that version of La Mulana soon. Probably after, or maybe during Drod 5. So the short-term plan is finish Gnome Ranger today, go back into Drod 5 next stream, and begin chipping away at the end game for Drod. And maybe while I'm working on that, we'll do some random La Mulana streams. I really want to replay it. That game's so good. The music's great, graphics are great, gameplay's awesome. Dude, it's just such a good game. Gotta play more La Mulana. Yeah, I played the original version on stream. I even did the Hell Temple, original Hell Temple, which was an absolute disaster. Hell Temple is hell. Oh god. I still need to do the remake Hell Temple. I've never done that. Maybe after I finish a replay of the original La Mulana, and we could also do a replay of remake, which I haven't actually streamed, but I have played through the remake a couple times. And then dive into the Hell Temple. While we're at it, just replay La Mulana 2 as well. Just do it all. Those games are fantastic. It's been too long since I played them. I don't think so. I don't think anyone is meant to figure that stuff out on their own. It's the most inscrutable nonsense, especially for the original version. I don't know all the steps for the remake, and I've forgotten most of the steps for the original one. All I remember for original Hell Temple is that one part where you have to revisit Vi's boss room and sink down into the lava like yeah, like 24 screens precisely, and then touch the bottom corner and then break a wall and then don't go too far down, then go into a door. It's like, dude, no way. No way. It's insane. I don't think I'm going to replay the Hell Temple. I don't plan on redoing Hell Temple. I did it once, that's good enough for me. I just want to replay the game. Just the base game. Because I think it's great. Gnome Ranger. Okay, we have two of the four precious gems. One of them has got to be up here. So we still have to figure out what the deal is with the prison, the insipid ice child, the fire king, and the ice guards, the ice people, and all of this. To figure out a way to get past the ice guards into the ice town, and I bet we'll find the ruby, a red gem up here. As well as the rock garden has the emerald. If we enter the rock garden, we're seemingly stuck inside the rock garden. This old gnome blocks us from entering it till we give him a rock. After we give him a rock, he chucks us into the rock garden and then stops us from leaving. There's an emerald already in his garden, as well as a ton of other stones. Maybe we just need to like take the boulder and bash him with it. There's a tree trunk in the adjacent room, which we can push into the river. We might be able to do other things with this tree trunk. I pushed this tree trunk into the river once and it just floats away. We were able to see it floating by when we went to this tile. I guess I didn't try and follow it any further. I don't know if we're trying to, like, dam a river, or if I need to time it, have a friend push the tree trunk while I'm in this room so I can jump onto the tree trunk to escape the rock garden, maybe? The only friend... I don't have any friends or help or companions yet that will follow me down here. I made friends with the penguins, but they're confined to the icebergs and the lake. There's a Yeti up here. He wants us to fix his snowshoes. And he doesn't follow us off the mountain, but he follows us and accepts commands on the mountain. Perhaps the Yeti needs snowshoes in order to walk off the mountain? I don't know. Save. 2 stones. Let's head back to the fire hall. Do not stray south of the guarded corridor. Beyond this city lies the city of the Ice People. They're a deceitful, evil race with whom we once lived in peace, until they traitorously attacked by channeling their river through our caves. Many flames were extinguished on that day, but we managed to capture the child of their queen. This hostage is all that keeps the Ice Fiends from attacking again. I don't know yet if we can trust the Fire King, in that the Ice People are in fact hostile and evil, or if he is perhaps in the wrong and the Ice People are in the right. I really don't know. There's feckless fire people, there's fidgety fire guards, and fearsome firefighters, and the flamboyant Fire King roaming around here. There's no objects to collect. Oops. I still have my wispy cloud stuff. West of the Steamy Junction. Southwest. Tunnel is completely blocked by deep rushing water. It seems like we have to try and stop this water. But we only have access to one more room to the south. Here's some firefighters here. If we try to go south again, the ice guards jab her with lances of ice, would not allow her to pass into theirs. So we cannot get into the Ice City. Not while the insipid Ice Child is being held captive in the prison up here. Do we just have to engineer a prison break? Look at the door. The door was carved from a single slab of pumice, a bit battered along the edge where it had banged against the wall on its well-greased hinges. Door was bolted, but from this side. Unbolt door. Open door. The door was now unlocked. Edward went west through the door, was in a prison. In the hot darkness of the bowels of the Fire Kingdom, a dull glow from a distant corridor wall cast a dim, eerie red light. And by this, Ingrid could see the rough pumice walls and the lower roof of the dismal cell. There was the smell of fear in that place, and a touch of moisture in the air, as if something was melting slowly but painfully. Exits led east through a door, inside and outside. So this is a confusing room. I think what's happening here is there's like a room within a room. I think. This is ugly. I think there's like a room within a room. A wheel within a wheel. Look, sell? It says the exits lead east through a door, which is where we came from, inside and outside. So we go inside. There's a door that's bolted from this side. So I think inside leads into the cell. So open door. Go in. And now we're in the exact same room we were just in. So typing in takes me into the same room I'm already in. That's why it's so confusing here. /welcome. Thank you for the good luck. Retro Gaming Denmark, welcome. We're deep in the thick of Gnome Ranger here. This is part 3. We're roughly, I don't know, maybe about halfway through part 3. Part 3 of 3. I don't know yet if I like part 3 as much as part 2. Not that there's anything like wrong with the puzzle design or anything like that. It's more, this part feels buggy. It's like the room descriptions are like duplicating. The exits are unclear. The geography of the world is very confusing. There's that whole deal with the ice flows that just, I still don't really understand what was happening. But we muddled our way through that part. I'm trying to make sense of this. We go out. Going out from the room that we're in takes us to the room that we're in. Why does it say I can go outside from here when going outside leads nowhere? Like, what? Going east takes us out of the room. Maybe I just ignore the in and the out. I don't. Go west. Door. Let's focus on trying to rescue this ice child. Look at the ice child. It was an inoffensive innocent, kidnapped by the fire people in retaliation when their caves were flooded by water from the ice people's river. In appearance, it was small, pale, and spotty. It had a drip on the end of its nose. Ice child. Hello? Greeted her with an inscrutable smile. Inscrutable. There's that word. We can't just simply tell the ice child to follow us. The ice child refuses. What's my item called? Cloud stuff. It said thank you. And I think I'm soft locked. And give items to the ice child. It takes them and refuses to give them back. Oh dear. That's probably unwise. So I saved. Like, it doesn't seem like there's anything I can do here. Let's just type free ice child. Ingrid removed the insipid ice child? What? From where? What? Ingrid owned an insipid I'm carrying the ice child. Oh, okay. Oh. Tried to go east. The fire guard saw that Ingrid had the ice child and cried out in a voice that brooked no argument. High treason! Off with her head! Ingrid was taken off by the guards and executed before she had time to do anything to try to save herself. No poems this time. They're just dead. I lost 60 points. For dying? Do you lose score for dying? I lost 160 points somehow. How do I lose 160 points for dying? What? Hey, Ziva, welcome. Oh, yes, it's this game. It is. Whoops. This game. That beautiful artwork. We're playing this game. The box art alone was enough to get me to play this. This game. Goodbye, Ingrid. I love old text adventures. I think they're great. This game is... It's cool. It's funny. I think the puzzles are a bit obtuse and poorly signposted. And there's a lot of problems with this game. Part 2 so far has been my favorite part. Part 1, I struggled terribly to get through. Part 3, I'm also struggling to get anywhere in. Part 2 was really the sweet spot. They really nailed that part. It's just the rest of the game. It doesn't have the same sense of... I don't know. It's much harder to even figure out what I'm trying to do in these other parts. So we can take the ice child. We put the ice child in our sack and go. Okay, we can sneak the ice child out if it's the ice child's in our sack. Okay, good. There we go. It was that easy. So while carrying the ice child in our sack, we're able to make it to the ice people's domain. Alright, progress. Ingrid went south, was in a guarded corridor at the edge of the Ice Kingdom. Icicles hung from the ceiling and grew down the walls in great knotted strands. The floor was as smooth and slippery as glass. Its coldness bit into Ingrid's feet through the travel-worn soles of her shoes. Exits led north and south. No in-out. The ice warrior saw that Ingrid had rescued the ice child, let out a chill shout of delight. Regaining his composure, he said coldly, "Please, walk this way." Strode off with a stiff-legged gait. Ingrid tried it, found it very uncomfortable, and walked normally after him. He went south. Okay. Ingrid went south, was in Whitehall. The glittering palace of the Ice Queen, a tall white throne surrounded by a fantasy of sparkling ice. Exits led north, southeast, southwest. Ingrid could see the indefatigable Ice Warrior, the imperious Ice Queen, and some innumerable Ice people. The indefatigable Ice Warrior went north. Indefatigable Ice Warrior. Hope you don't mind alliteration. Imperious Ice Queen, innumerable Ice people. The Ice Queen spoke. Greetings, traveler. As the savior of our child, you are most welcome to our city. You're free to go where you will. You must not return north of the guarded corridor, for there lies the city of the Fire People. The Fire Folk are a cruel, evil group who pretended to be peaceful and waited until we were off guard. Then, while we were struggling to stem a sudden flood that threatened our caves, the Hot Ones launched a vicious attack, even kidnapping my own dear child. Now we live in constant conflict. Sometimes it's a hot var, but now the snowstorms of Var blow frost. What is this accent they're doing? Like a fake Russian accent? But only sometimes? Sometimes it's a hot war, but now the snowstorms of war blow frostily. She spread her hands and added, "This is not our doing. We have enough trouble trying to disperse the flood. We just want to be alone." The Ice Queen took her child into her arms and hugged it coldly. "Ah, my little snowball," she cried. "Gnome, for what you've done to us, we will do anything that you want. You have only to ask." Let's do a save here. So, the Fire People think that the Ice People intentionally sent a river of water in, saw that as an attack, launched a counterattack, stealing the Ice Child and locking it in the prison. The Ice People were also struggling to fight off the water, so it originated somewhere else. And while they were dealing with that, they also had to fend off the attacks from the Fire People. So there's just some confusion here. Let's look at people. She was an imperious individual of impeccable integrity, though of idiosyncratic ilk, implacable but when irate, but intransigent against iniquity. Goodness gracious, man. She was carrying an insipid Ice Child. The inane Ice Jester entered from the southwest. He was an inebriated imbecile, impiously inclined to interject irritatingly inappropriate idiocies. Ingrid thought he was a pain in the neck, but his Ice People audiences loved him, which says something about the Ice People. However, he wore the proper gear for the job. Harlequin costume, curled up shoes, and a bobbled hat. Carried an icicle with a bell at the end. The Ice Jester told the Ice People a particularly funny joke about 3 gnomes, a leprechaun, and a cocker spaniel. They all shook with laughter, even though they'd heard it before. When he got to the punchline, they all shouted together, "Thanks, but I'd rather have the bacon." He went north. The Ice People were the indigenous inhabitants of that inhospitable Ice Kingdom, intensely inane and inherently inept. They were inevitably ineffective in their industrial initiatives. From a distance, they looked rather like a pile of half-melted snow and icicles that had fallen off a house roof in the spring thaw. Closer to, the resemblance was even more marked. Let's explore. Southwest, in a river canyon within the bounds of the mountain. Here the walls were high and steep, worn smooth by countless years of rushing water. A narrow path had been cut into the side, not far above the waterline, not far enough in some places, for here and there it dipped into the river, but it was passable for those who didn't mind wet feet. Exits lead north, northeast, and east. Completely blocked, okay. Went north, was in a river canyon. Chill wind blew down over the rocky slopes, picking up little flurries of powdery snow from the higher reaches, tossing them around in the air, then bored with the game, letting them fall to a watery grave in the river. So it's the canyon. Let's see the ice fall. Exit leads south. A tumble of loose ice and snow that might have been brought down by a sudden thaw or by someone trying to climb up the icy slopes above. There were no feet sticking out of it, so Ingrid favored the thaw theory. Looked as though a little judicious pushing would shove some of it into the river below. Alright. Push icefall. Ingrid pushed the icefall. A whole load of snow fell into the river, making a small but efficient dam. With the inflowing water held back, the flood started to ebb. The water was now 1 foot from the top of the dam. Wait, what? The dam crumbled and gave way, letting water flood back into the tunnel again. Okay, this might be some sort of coordination puzzle. Ice Jester. Wait 1 and push icefall. Ice people, follow me. Ice Queen, follow me. Ice Warrior, follow me. Who's that? Oh, Shadrock, welcome. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, Shadrock and Raiders. How's it going, everybody? We're playing a Gnome Ranger here. We're doing a classic text adventure. This game is awesome. I'll show off the cover art. We're playing this game. There it is. It's beautiful. It's beautiful. Thank you for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Welcome. This is a text adventure from 1987. We're pretty far into it. It's split into 3 different parts. We're on part 3 of 3. We're currently trying to find some magic gems to place into a magic gate so we can go home. We're playing as this lovely Ingrid character you see before you. She is the Gnome Ranger. And I am kind of not sure what's going on. Yeah, thanks for the raid. Welcome, everybody. Hope your stream went well. What were you playing today? I missed the Shadrock stream. I had to play Gnome Ranger. You know how it goes. Sometimes you have to play Gnome Ranger. I think we need to get all of the ice people together and push snow into the river to dam it. Oh, Fallout 2, nice. I never finished Fallout 2. I played Fallout 1 numerous times as a kid. That game's awesome. But I never got all the way through Fallout 2. I know a lot of people like it a lot more than the first one. I gotta give it a try one of these days. It's been many years since I last played the original Fallouts. Okay, so we are in the White Hall. So we have the Ice Warrior, the Ice Queen, and the Ice People following us. I don't think the Ice Jester will follow us. Let's try and... Ice People. See what happens if we coordinate pushing here. Classic puzzle here. Ice Warrior, wait 30 turns and push Ice Fall. Ice Queen, wait 2 and push Ice Fall. Ice People, wait 1 and push Ice Fall, push Ice Fall. So Ingrid pushed the ice fall, a whole lot of snow fell into the river, making a small but efficient dam. With the inflowing water held back, the flood started to ebb. The indefatigable Ice Warrior pushed the ice fall, the dam was strengthened. Ice Queen pushed the ice fall, the dam was strengthened. The water was now 3 feet from the top of the dam. So we're building a dam out of water. So this will hold for 3 turns. So now let's try and rush over here. So we go south and east. Oh. Did the people not help? I didn't even notice. I thought they did. They didn't. Sometimes this game is special, and sometimes you tell people to do things and they simply don't. And that's just the way it is. It could be I didn't address them appropriately. It could be they simply were too busy laughing at the jester's joke. Maybe they won't help. Ice People. Push Ice Fall. I wish there were a way to have them constantly push every turn. But I have to tell them to push. This might not be the right approach either. I haven't even been this way. Let's go back to exploring. Southeast. Oh, never mind. Blocked by water. Alright. The Ice Warrior's here, the Ice Queen, the Ice Child is here. Where's the Ice People? I think we need the Ice Jester. I think we need all of the Ice People here and do like a giant coordinated pushing. Maybe? Where are the Ice People? Ice Child, follow me. Find Ice People. Where? That's what I'm... What? Did they die? Ice Warrior, follow me. It seems as though the Ice People and the Ice Jester have disappeared. The game might be glitching. Just not uncommon for this game to glitch out and just delete NPCs. Well, NPCs is uncommon. I've had to delete items before, but never characters. So do I do this again? Ice Child. Wait 3 and push Icefall. Ice Warrior. Wait 2 and push Icefall. Ice Queen. Wait 1 and push Icefall. Push Icefall. Alright, we got the 4. Am I trying to make this ice dam higher? So every turn, the water chips away at the ice dam and it loses a foot. The water was now flowing at a low level. Big pile of snow that completely blocked the river. Although the dam was only made of snow, it held fast as the water was too cold to melt it. The river level was rising steadily behind the dam and falling downstream of it. What's going on? Dam crumbled and gave way, letting the water flood back into the tunnel again. Where's the ice jester? I literally think NPCs got deleted. Alright, restore. I think NPCs just got deleted. 9, line 6, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Provide. Okay, we're back here at the ice hall, or the white hall. Ice warrior, follow me. Ice people, follow me. Ice child, follow me. Ice jester's here. Okay, ice jester, follow me. I don't think the ice jester will cooperate. He just went north. I have the ice queen, the ice queen. Ice queen, follow me. Okay. Ice child, ice warrior, ice queen, ice people. Save. Ice jester's even here. Okay. So we need to add an additional wait turn. I don't know if this is right or not. Ice warrior, wait 5 and push icefall. Ice jester just ran away. Ice queen, wait 4 and push icefall. Ice child, wait 3 and push icefall. Ice people, wait 2 and push icefall. The ice jester's not here. Oh! Oops. Oh, we gotta do it all over again. Okay, do it all over again. Ice warrior, wait 3, push. I don't even know if this is right. Ice jester, get in there. 2, push Icefall. Oh, the Ice Jester left, and I just wasted a turn. This is ruthless. Ice Child, 4, push Icefall. Ice Warrior. Oh wait, 3, push Ice. Let's just ignore the Jester. It's Queen. Wait, 2, push Icefall. People. 1, push Icefall. Push Icefall. So this, what is this accomplishing? The water is now 5 feet from the top of the dam. Cool. Except I can't. It would take me 5 turns to set up another 5 feet of ice dam. I assume this means I have 5 turns to do something. This passage and this one are still blocked by water. Still blocked by water. Oh, this one's unblocked. Okay. The southeast was in the labyrinthine ice caves. Tall, fluted pillars of clear ice stretched gracefully down from ceiling to floor beside the river. The water was quite warm, and the mist rising from its surface was etching rough patterns on those elegant pillars and on the snowy ornamentation that decorated the walls. Exits led west and northwest. Okay, so we can get into this room. Ingrid went west, was in an outlet canyon that ended abruptly in a sheer rock face. The entrance to a tunnel was just visible below the waterline. From the eddies on the surface, Ingrid could tell that the river was not flowing through there, but was backing up and finding another exit elsewhere. It was impossible to tell what was blocking the tunnel without getting into it. The water was too deep and cold for that. Ingrid had once spent a summer holiday at Cleethorpes, where she had learnt a healthy respect for cold water. Exits led east and west. Ingrid could see some sodden debris. An insipid ice child entered from the east, blah 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 blah. A tidal wave of water flooded through the tunnel, sweeping Ingrid off her feet and carrying her away. Okay, I just died. But we're getting somewhere. We're getting somewhere good here. There was sodden debris in this room. Outlet Canyon. So we need to make our way into this room while the water dam or the ice dam still holds. So we can remove the debris, I assume, to allow the water to flow out the canyon and not through the tunnels here. I think. So I need to have a different approach to how we do the damming. Okay, we have the Ice Child, the Ice Warrior, the Ice Jester, the Ice Queen, Ice People, Ice Ball. They're all here. So... what if we do... This might be terrible, but this might work. Ice Child. Push Icefall and push Icefall and push Icefall and push icefall, and push icefall. 6. So I'm assuming this means in 6 subsequent turns, or 5 subsequent turns, the ice child will push the icefall every single turn. Does that happen? Yes. Okay. So I want to push icefall. So we want to have this happen so this one's constantly pushing every turn, and then just do this, issue this command to all the people here. And that way, instead of just doing one large push all at once, a steady accumulation of pushes should buy me more turns to work with. Okay. Ice Queen. Okay. Ice Warrior. So that's the Ice Child, the Queen, and the Warrior. There's still the Ice People. So it was just those 4 that I had control over. The Ice Jester acts on his own. But now we have plenty of turns to work with. So I'm going to run south, northeast, southeast, west. Okay, I'm in this tile. Let's take debris. It's unmoved. Push debris. Oh, the Ice Child's here. Oh, I died. Sodden debris was a mixed assortment of junk, principally logs and branches, but with a scattering of empty bottles and barrels, chunks of weed-bound mud, stones, and broken wheelbarrow, and a number of things that Ingrid didn't like to examine too closely. In the sodden debris was a massive ruby and a long key log. I died. So that didn't buy me nearly as many turns as I thought it would, but it bought me enough turns to enter into this room and examine things. So next time, I can take the ruby, and we probably just have to move the key lock. Excuse me. We may have to do this a couple more times just to kind of look at things. I just lost a bunch of points. I don't know why. Okay, let's do this again. Oh, Trashful, you're welcome. Is this the game from Big starring Tom Hanks? Sure. I don't know. I haven't seen that movie in so long. All I remember from Big is when he's jumping on the piano. That's literally it. Okay, let's do this again. Ice Child. Push, Icefall, and 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 push, Icefall. I'd like to be able to save after issuing these commands, but saving takes a turn, and every turn's important, so we just have to do this from the top every time. Ice Warrior. Ice Queen. Ice People. South, northeast, southeast, west. Take Ruby. Take. Let's just do. Let's look at the key. Look at the log. Just a small, ordinary log. It was was only its position and the way that the other logs, stones, and assorted debris were jammed against it that gave it its key status. Ingrid had watched the guinea pigs all trying to get out of the sty door at the same time, so she understood the principles of jams and realized that when this log was removed, the next rush of water would wash the other debris out of the way and cure the flooding. Okay, take log. I died. Ingrid couldn't carry anything else? Why doesn't the dam hold? I feel like they should still be pushing and damming the river while I'm over here. Ingrid couldn't carry anything else. Okay, try again. Inventory capacity is a thing. Apparently, I did not realize. So we're going to south, northeast. Drop all in the ice hall here. Do a new save. Do I still have... Perfect. No, it doesn't. It's... Some of them... The ice people did not push it 2 turns in a row. Freaking ice people, man. Now they are pushing. Let's do this. Try and buy me as many turns as possible. Okay, the river was now 18 feet from the top of the dam. This should be plenty. In fact, I'm gonna risk saving here. Go south. I died instantly. What? Oh! That's what's happening. The water was now so high that the depth of the water built up an enormous pressure against the dam's foundation. Long before there was any threat of overflow, the dam suddenly gave way at its base and released a solid wave of water into the tunnel. A tidal wave of water flooded through the tunnel, sweeping Ingrid off her feet and carrying her away. Oops. Okay. So we can't build the dam too high. That's what's getting me killed. So we need to... I don't know what the upper limit is on dam depth. How many turns do we need? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 to take the ruby, 6 to take the log, 7, 8? I don't know if we need to escape from this room. I think I have enough turns if I just do this. Each one once. Oh, oops. Okay. We can't take the ruby and the log. We can only take one or the other. So I left the ruby there and took the log. I'm hoping the ruby doesn't get washed away and disappear. But let's see where this leads. Long before there's any blah blah blah, a great cheer echoed round the ice caves as the people realized that the blockage had been cleared and that the river would once more run in its normal course. What? Hold on. I typed find ruby and it just entered a sequence of like 10,000 different moves. Ingrid found the Ice Queen and the Fire King together. This interpreter has they call it a scroll back feature, so I can just look at previous text. That's what I'm reading now. You can't see it, it doesn't get captured because it's a different window. Ingrid found the Ice Queen and Fire Queen together, shaking hands in a brief and uncomfortable display of friendship. Then the Queen clasped her hand under her arm to cool it down. The King blew on his hand to warm it up, and they continued their conversation. Now that the flood had subsided and the Ice Child was returned, Ingrid had stopped the war between the two races. Okay, Ingrid leaves the tunnels. I think the ruby ends up in the garden. Give diamond to Gnome. Massive rubies here, yep. Alright, so if we leave the ruby here and it washes itself away, then it ends up running down river, the gnome here, who's sitting here watching the river, sees it float by, because rubies float apparently, plucks it out of the river and puts it in his rock garden. Now he already has one of our precious stones here, the emerald. I don't think we want to give him another. In fact, I think what I want to do here is head all the way back to this point. I think we need to do this in 2 passes. Rather than let the ruby get washed away, I think I want to take the ruby and then retreat and drop it back at the White Hall, and then build another ice dam and then take the key log. So let's do that. Where am I? At the Ice Fall. Okay. Insipid Ice Child, Ice Warrior, Ice Queen, Ice People, Ice Fall, Ice Jester. Oh, Duke Donuts, welcome. We're almost done with this game. This game's got some fun puzzles. I'm digging this. It's got some nonsense puzzles as well. Like a very smooth game. But it's got some fun stuff in it. As far as text adventures go, this one was pretty good. Alright, let's do this again. Ice Child, push Icefall, and push Icefall, and push Icefall, and push Icefall, and push Icefall. 5 was enough, I think. I did play Night Orc, yeah. That was a few months back. I think I like Night Orc a little bit more. On the whole, I think Night Orc was more fun, just like as an average. But Gnome Ranger, I think Part 2 particularly was better than Night Orc, but Parts 1 and 3 of Gnome Ranger are worse. So Gnome Ranger has like a higher high, but on average it's worse than Night Orc. Night Orc wasn't quite as satisfying on a whole, or what am I even trying to say? They're fun. They're both fun games. Ice Warrior. Ice People. South, northeast, southeast, west. Take Ruby. East, northwest. Now the question is, did that just kill people? Ice Child, Ice Warrior, Ice Queen. Where's the Ice People? Ingrid was getting fed up with carrying the heavy Ruby around? Take sack. Drop Ruby. Oh, wow. So if I take the sack, can I put Ruby in sack? And now I should be able to carry it easier. Okay. Let's put Diamond in sack. Let's put... What else is there? Sapphire. Okay, go southwest, go north. Save. Execute these commands again. Ice People, do that. I don't know if the Ice People are actually going to do what I just asked them to do. The Ice People are not doing what I asked them to do. Might still be okay. Okay, now the Ice People are pushing the Icefall. Just took them a few turns. I'm going to do one more command to the Ice People here. Now run. Take the log. Okay. Drop log. Take sack. Take cloud stuff. We have 3 of the precious gems and the cloud stuff. I think we're done with this area now. Oh man, that was tricky. That was cool. 3 stars. The Growing Pains of Adrian Mole. I don't know anything about that game. Is Adrian Mole like a TV show? TV series or something? Level 9 did a lot of games. They cranked them out. Okay, we should be able to travel this way now. So let's go north. The Ice Queen and the Fire King have made friends with each other. The flood has subsided. We stopped the war. Okay, so now we can access the flooded fire caves right here. Cool. So I think there's only one puzzle left to solve. Ingrid went southwest, was in flooded fire caves, a succession of high-domed caverns that must once have been full of life and laughter, but were now empty save for a great depth of water. And quiet, save for the hissing of steam where small waves lapped on the hot rock of the slope where Ingrid stood. Flood was still rising. Exit led northeast. Oh, there's just nothing here. Okay. So the Ice Child and the Ice Warrior are still following me around. The last thing to do is figure out how to get this enormous emerald from the old gnome in his rock garden. As far as I can tell, that's the only thing left to do in this game, in this whole world. Yeah, the enormous emerald. Again, there's a tree trunk. Save here. Surely this tree trunk is the key here. That of an old tired pine had fallen over of its own accord, having snapped off at the roots. Branches were broken, ragged stumps, and some were hollow with rot. Go in the tree trunk? I can push the tree trunk, because there's a river here. And it flows down the river over here. I think I need to have one of my followers. So let me think. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 turns? Wait 5 and push tree trunk. Take diamond and emerald. Long tree trunk came into view, carried by the current. Climb tree trunk. It drifted off out of sight. Okay, that's got to be important. I wonder if I'm supposed to, like, oops. Put sack on tree trunk? There we go, okay. But then the question is, how do we leave? So I can have one person wait here, push the tree trunk into the river, so that way the tree trunk floats by. While it's floating by, I'll have him wait longer to give me enough turns to pick up the emerald and the diamond, put them into my sack, and then put the sack onto the tree trunk as it's floating by. And then I'll have somebody else stationed here waiting for the tree trunk. And once the tree trunk floats by, they can take the sack as it floats by. Because I don't think the tree trunk stops anywhere. I think the tree trunk just floats all the way out to sea. Can I leave here now? No. I still need to figure out how to leave the rock garden. What's going on? Who do you think you are? You can't take anything out of my garden. Speaking in old gnomish. Yeah, I'm using a retro gaming Denmark. I'm not playing on this. I'm not playing on an Atari ST emulator or an Amiga emulator. This is a third-party interpreter called level9.net, and I think it's using data from the Amiga version of the game. I'm not sure if it touches up the graphics or what. I don't know the technical details of how it works. But similar to like Z Engine games from, or Inform games from Infocom, this can just run level 9 games agnostic of platform. Is that the right word? I don't know. How do I get rid of this stupid gnome? Maybe this is where the Yeti comes in? I still haven't done anything with this Yeti. Kick the gnome. Unfortunately for Ingrid, not my job was a master of that ancient oriental martial art Tai Ka Wai, and would have made bread and butter pudding, or chop suey if he'd really tried, of any normal gnome made. But Ingrid had been brought up with elder brothers, and was a match for any gnome, martial artist or not. After a long and tiring bout, they decided to call it a draw. Ingrid vowed that she would never make such an unprovoked attack again, without checking for a black belt first. What? Okay, so we can just fight the gnome to a standstill. Cool. I'm stuck though. He won't let me out of the garden. Ice warrior, fight gnome. The gnome ran away. So no matter what I do, this gnome doesn't let me out of his garden. I have to figure that part out before I deal with trying to steal items from his garden. He doesn't let anybody else into the garden either. He's constantly blocking entry. We have to give him a stone to enter the garden. The only stones that have been in the game so far have been required treasure items for the gate. Now, there is a Yeti up here on the mountains I haven't done anything with. Perhaps we need the Yeti to fight the gnome, or just scare the gnome away to give us just free passage in. We also have some wispy cloud stuff, which I haven't used for anything. The Yeti. We don't have a pie to throw at the Yeti. Freaking Sierra. I love Sierra games. We don't have a pie to throw at the Yeti. Well, time for a hint. Let's look at the hint sheet here. So you had to send away to level 9 for this hint sheet here, or clue sheet. I've been using this extensively while playing the game because this game's impossible. It's really hard otherwise. That's fine. General hints for part 3. Objects in part 3. The emerald. That's the one we're trying to figure out. 665. Return to the gate, but not until after Ingrid had solved the puzzle of the rock garden. Okay. Coconut, welcome. Thank you for the 29-month resub. Yeah, hint sheets for the win, I agree. Were it not for this hint sheet, I'd probably have to give up on the game in part 1. If I were playing this without spoilers, I would not make it out of part 1. It was just too hard. And not in like a way that's fun to try and work out. It's hard in a way where you just have to guess and figure things out because they forgot to put in clues. Or I missed the clues that were there. Rock Garden. 636. Nut demanded a rock as payment for entrance and stopped anyone taking anything out through the gate. Fortunately, there was another way out. I think a lot of these clues are fake as well. I think a lot of these are just fake. In case you're like reading ahead or trying to get hints. Just scenery. Big kind of casino. 644. Via the river. Oh, if someone waited and pushed the tree trunk from upstream, Ingrid could stand on it as it floated past. Okay. I had the right idea, just the wrong execution. So go back here. Ice Warrior. Wait 6 and push tree trunk. Northeast. Give diamond. The gnome went south. Go south. Diamond to gnome. Take diamond and emerald. Wait. Stand on tree? That work? What? Ingrid was in a rock garden. Looking around, she thought that Not My Job had taken the term rock garden too literally. There's not a single plant in sight. This is the description of the rock garden. Ingrid was on the long tree trunk. I didn't realize you could stand on the tree trunk. I probably should have figured that since I learned that you could put things onto the tree trunk. It follows that you could put yourself onto there as well. I just didn't quite make the connection. Long tree trunk was swept along by the current and was beside a large ice bridge which jutted out southwards over the river. Festooned with long icicles, the bridge formed an elegant link between the snowy shores. Ingrid admired it from the river. Can we go north? Ingrid leapt happily back onto dry land, relieved to have something solid under her feet at last. Alright. I think we're done. Let's run to the gate. Do a ram save. I think we're done. Let's give them all the gems. Give diamond to gate. Gave the sparkling diamond to the bronze gate. The gate beamed and said, "Ta, very much. It's a proper treat to see that again." Bronze arm stretched out to put the gem in place, then folded back into the moldings. It said, "Thanks to you." Give emerald to gate. Give the enormous emerald to the gate. Exact same text, okay? Give ruby to gate. Give sapphire. Gave the glittering sapphire, thank you very much. The gate puffed out its moldings in pride and pleasure. "Ta, miss," it said, "I'm right obliged to you for getting all me little sparklers back. Now, please be my guest." It swung itself open effortlessly, and the bronze arm reached out to invite her to pass through. It said, "Thank you." Ingrid walked through the gate and into a tunnel. then through the tunnel and into the sunlight. And there before her, nestling in a dip in the rolling downs, lay Gnome Bridge. Gnome Bridge! Nettlefield was only 2 hills away. She could be home in time for supper. Wouldn't they all be pleased to see her back? Ingrid scored 920 out of 1,000 and was a big cheese. The adventure is over. Alright, that's it. We did it. So, the Yeti wearing snowshoes was completely pointless. It served no purpose. Oh, I can stop the timer. The wispy cloud stuff, completely pointless, served no purpose. I missed a few points. I don't know where from. I know I missed a couple points in part 2. I might have missed a couple more in this final part. That's that. I don't know what else I could have done. The adventure's over. What an ending. Ah, what an ending. We get a beautiful little picture and 5 lines of text. I wonder what your ranking is if you get a perfect score. I don't know. I did it. Hello. We did it. Thank you for the GGs. We beat it. Shoutouts to hint sheets because man oh man, this game is impossible. Alright, let's restart. Oh, it's stuck on... Five lines of text. That's all I wanted to do. There we go. Beautiful. Well, there's Gnome Ranger. Thank you to the hint sheet. Man, oh man, that game was very difficult. Like I said, it's not a perfect game by any stretch. I think, on the whole, I prefer Night Orc over Gnome Ranger. Night Orc was a lot more like wide open spaces and kind of... It was just more fun to work out the puzzles. I didn't get stuck nearly as often. But Night Orc, I think, was a little bit better on the whole. It was more satisfying to work out the puzzles, and it had the twist in the second half that made it very exciting. Gnome Ranger definitely had more humor to it, or a better sense of humor. Night Orc was also just kind of inherently humorous, but a different style of humor. And this one had so many puns, and alliteration, and the wordplay, and just silliness. This was a more silly humor. Everything was very silly in this game. And like I mentioned earlier, I like part 2 of this game more than I like Night Orc. I think part 2 was perfect. The whole figuring out the plants and how to make potions and moving the treehouse around. I enjoyed that tremendously. Part 1, terrible. terrible part 1. Part 3 was pretty good. I liked part 3 as well. Fun game. Fun game. Alright. Well, that's that. Good stuff. Good stuff. Another great old adventure. Thank you for the GGs. Thanks for watching. There's Ingrid. We did it. Alright. That's a good game. I want to play more level 9 adventure games. We're gonna have to play Ingrid's Back. Because this game does have a direct sequel. A direct sequel called Ingrid's Back. Which we'll have to play in the future. And I'm still interested in playing like some early level 9 adventure games. I want to check out Magnetic Scroll games. Dude, it's just an endless swarm of game. Endless swarm of game. We have to wait a little bit of time before Ingrid can return. Because Ingrid's Ingrid's return won't be as impactful if we just jump right into it. So, when we least expect it, Ingrid will be back. I think this is a great game, though. I had a lot of fun with it. Happy to have played it. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for the subs, the resubs, the follows. Thank you, Shadrock, for the raid. Thank you, Abs Nerdy, for the raid as well. That'll do it for today. I got my text adventure fix. So that means we're going to... It's time to play more Drod. Next stream, play more Drod. Guys, remember Drod? Remember when I played Drod for like 3 weeks straight? We're going to play more Drod. We're going to play more Drod starting tomorrow. We still have quite a bit of Drod the Second Sky to work through. So tomorrow, we're going to dive back into Drod. I feel fully recharged. I got overwhelmed and burnt out playing Drod. And the difficult puzzles, but the game's brilliant and I'm reinvigorated, and we're going to play it tomorrow. So thanks for watching. Let me find somebody to raid. It was a year ago. Yeah, good point. That was a long time ago. The break was much needed, though. Man, as much fun as Drod is, it's very high effort, intense puzzle solving. And it just, after too long, it just melts your brain. It's fun, but it melts your brain. Let's get out of here. Thanks for watching, everybody. We're going to raid... who's on? Oh, everybody. I'll send you guys over to Mr. Hesh. Love to watch the Hesh Ballantine stream. It's just starting up his stream. Perhaps playing Below the Root. Take care, everybody. Thank you for watching. I'll be back tomorrow. Adios. Farewell. See you next time. Bye-bye.
I am going